Okay, we're going to call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, March 12th, 2024. It is 9:59 a.m. This is a hybrid meeting online as well as in Rebecca Hall. I would like to start with a roll call to my right.
Ellen 11.
Geneva Shawnette.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
Eddie Erico, Mayor. First item on the agenda, number 1, is work sessions, and it's presentation of the facilities master plan. And we have Zoe Denal here to present.
Thank you.
And I would like to remind everybody, because there's a listening audience, to speak into your microphones, please.
Thank you. Good housekeeping. So this morning we're going to kick off with our facilities master plan update. This has been obviously a much needed project for anyone that has visited the municipal offices for the town of Telluride. The master plan includes all current municipal offices, excluding Public Works, because they have done their own facilities master plan, and they're currently working on that execution now. So this would be Rebecca Hall, Town Hall, the Marshal's office, the Parks and Recs offices. We also did programming for community services, which is currently in Shandoka, and any future potential of changing their office location. I won't give too much away because we have some lovely consultants that we've worked with, which is, and if I mess your name up, because I've never said your last names, you correct me. Jessica Ginther, which HOK, and Ashley Satterfield with CCA. So they'll go into depth in their presentation, but I just wanted to give a quick overview and background and history of kind of what we're looking to get out of today's discussion and why we're here. So the town of Telluride, this is not the first time we've had this discussion. In fact, I should count 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've now done this 5 times. Starting in 1998, looking at a public facilities plan. So the conversations of the need to enhance the office space for future growth, for efficiencies, not only for staff, but for the public, for upkeep of these buildings, and so on and so forth, has been reprioritized several times now. In fact, for 26 years, it's been reprioritized. So we're getting to the point where it's no longer an option. It can't be deferred any longer. So we engage with our consultants to help us look at what our future plans could look like. We ask them to look at a number of things. Again, I'll let them get into more detail to help gauge the pros and cons of each scenario. Unfortunately, there wasn't a unicorn scenario that was checked all the buckets. But we wanted to really make sure that if we were going to re-look at our municipal facilities, that we had future growth potential, that these investments would not need to then be reinvested in a short period of time. So we looked at 20 years. We really thought, and it has been shown in the previous 26 years of studies, of having co-located departments. Right now, we're separated by quite a few buildings, and having as many of our offices under one roof is not only beneficial for the public in a one-stop shop, but more efficient for our day-to-day operations. We just need improved quality of our facilities, looking at the access for the public, our meeting rooms. Hello, Town Council Chambers is a great example as I look at you through a poll, but enhancing our meeting rooms.
It's for real.
Our parking access. We all know parking is an issue. And of course, energy efficiencies and the cost of all of these things. So we've narrowed it down to 3 scenarios that our lovely consultants will go over to more detail. And our ask of you is to kind of question as much as you can for these scenarios, to flush them out, and to help provide guidance, because our next step in this process is to design a single scenario and really understand the true construction costs of this. Right now, when we look at our capital reserves, those are going toward other critical infrastructures like wastewater, gondola. So we don't currently have the funding set aside for this project. It's gonna have to be a future ask, most likely, of the public in one way or the other. But so understanding the cost and how we can structure that in the future, you know, phase it, so on and so forth, is an important first step for us to move forward. Question already.
Do you, when you say that, do you mean this year or through, just because so much of our annual capital is dedicated to those other long-term projects, you don't think there's any room in our capital budget to devote some money to this annually?
Correct,
Okay.
in a significant way. We have set aside a little bit, for instance, like looking at the Voodoo as a temporary space, which we'll get to later. So things along those lines, but any new build, will just require a little bit more of a strategy. And our options show looking at new builds, looking at remodels, but again, there's pros and cons to both of those. So,
Okay, thanks.
great. And with that, I'll kick it off to our consultants.
Karen, you do. Should be all set. Sorry, I don't see, usually it's down here, the green one. Oh. here. Great. Let me share the screen. Give it a minute to show up. Hopefully.
Try clicking forward and see. There we go.
Okay. And then it's gonna take a minute to get that presentation mode. So while this is pulling up, just introductions again, I'm Jessica Ginther, an architect with HOK, based in Denver. And have been working with the town managers on this project since January, I believe. That's when we started, and then
Yeah.
Ashley.
Hi, I'm Ashley Satterfield. I'm with Charles Cuniff Architects out of Aspen. CCA has worked with the town of Telluride on many projects over the years. Most recently, we did a study in 2020 looking at Town Hall. And we looked at moving council chambers to Town Hall. We did a conceptual study that looked at putting an addition on that building to move council chambers and then also provide additional office space there. So that study kind of is incorporated into some of the scenarios that we're looking at today. So let's get started with our presentation.
There's a significant
There's a
delay.
delay here. Uh-huh.
Go
ahead
and try pulling it up on mine, so
it'll
be a little faster.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sure, yeah.
Mhm.
we can. Okay, all right. Perfect. Okay, so HOK and CCA were engaged to participate in a two-phase study to create a master plan. We're here today to present the findings of phase one, in which we looked at developing a 20-year facilities capital plan. As part of this plan, we engaged with each town department to understand their needs, their space needs, as well as look at employee growth over the next 20 years. We performed an assessment of each building that currently houses the town departments and developed 3 scenarios to look at reorganization, which we will review in further detail later in the presentation. Next steps for phase 2 of this study include developing a more detailed concept design for one scenario based on the results of today's discussion. So goals of this master plan study included looking to co-locate departments and improve public access to departments. We were also tasked with analyzing the space needs for department growth over the next 20 years, which included assessing the current building stock to understand how facilities can accommodate this future growth. The challenges, and we looked at challenges and opportunities as part of this master plan study. So again, many of the existing facilities have space constraints for the current size of departments. And there is limited space for meeting rooms and support spaces for the town departments. Looking to co-locate departments will help to alleviate some of these needs, and you won't have to double up on shared spaces across building sites if we consolidate to one site. Many of the existing buildings and facilities are aging and will require capital improvements over the years. So it's looking at expenditures for those capital improvements versus improvements to looking at a new build. And then also to consider is many of the facilities are historic and require special consideration, including town hall and the sheds located on the Fruin building site. So now I'll hand it over to Jessica.
Okay. So a facility site overview, like Zoe and Ashley mentioned, we looked at a number of current facilities for the town hall, Rebecca Hall, Marshall's office, Park and Rec. Voodoo building is also included, that commercial space on level 1 to see if that could be utilized in some way, as well as the county-owned Fruin building and Fruin site. So backing up a little bit, you know, when we start talking about program and sizes and how do we evaluate what size is needed for different departments and different number of staff. One thing we start with is what we look at kind of industry typicals or industry standards. These are, so what's shown on the screen is based on that. Typically industry standards are more for, you know, large workplace environments, more suburban developments, you know, not directly applicable to the town of Telluride's needs. But we do start there because it gives us a basis to work with, and it is more of a standard. So in this case, then we looked at what we called right sizing, or looking at more of just enough space. So this is a 10 to 15% reduction from those industry typicals. It still provides, you know, usable office space for those staff that do need offices, but it is not kind of an abundance of office space.
And this is something that when CCA was developing the new office building for City of Aspen, this was something we went through with the City of Aspen, as well as taking those industry standards and kind of right sizing it for the appropriate needs of a small mountain town.
And we'd also note, you know, kind of this right sizing or looking at what those office sizes are would continue in the next phase in that concept design. Once there's a scenario selected and we understand more what space is available in that option, we'd kind of dive into this further to see if there's any further optimization that could be made in that sizing. So we have a program summary. So what we're showing here is, again, trying to kind of take that data and analysis from the existing, on the far left column is existing full FTEs, which is full-time employees, and the current total usable square footage. And then we take that and develop that industry standard we talked about, and then the right size scenario. So if you look at the total usable square footage columns, you can see now you're at about 5,500 square feet. If you were to push all the way to industry standards, which again, we don't feel is appropriate for the town of Telluride, but you'd be about 3 times that, close to 15,000. And then coming back to more of a right-sized number, that's about 10,000. So that's kind of our basis for starting to look at how to organize the departments within the facilities available within the scenarios. And as we go through the scenarios, there's numbers on the bottom that relate to percentage of growth, and we'll talk about the growth within each scenario that each scenario provides for the town. One more note, here we've included managers, clerks, finance, legal, human resources, IT, building planning, and historic preservation and council chambers. The two that we did, and this was kind of to build up a co-location scenario. The two we didn't include within this was Park and Rec and Marshals. Those two departments really benefit from being more standalone and wouldn't necessarily benefit from being in that co-located condition. So those are pulled out here. And as we go through the scenarios, in many cases, both Park and Rec and Marshals are shown as a renovation condition. So you see on that far right, instead of right-sized, we have modified to available space because they're really more kind of locked in to that square footage unless there was a significant, investment to do an addition or new build in those cases. Again, the map of the facilities, and we'll jump into the scenarios. So an orientation on the different scenario options. So they kind of build from each other. So scenario A is an all renovation scenario. So there's no new building in scenario A. There is an addition to town hall, but the rest of the buildings show renovated space. Scenario B is a new build at Rebecca Hall. So where we're sitting now, and then just a renovation to Town Hall, Marshals, Park and Rec. And then the final scenario, scenario C, is a new build at the Fruin site, the county property, with renovations to Town Hall, Rebecca Hall, Parks and Rec. And then in that one, Marshall's building becomes not used. So it would be vacated for potential other uses by the town. And we'll go into detail of each one. So scenario A, all renovations at Rebecca Hall. It'd be managers, finance, building planning and preservation, legal, HR, IT. Town Hall would have clerks and council chambers. So this would require a renovation and addition, similar to the CCA, the previous CCA study. And then Parks and Rec would be renovated and Marshals would be renovated. The Voodoo building is not utilized long-term for a department, but could be utilized for flex space during construction and renovation of the other departments. And in this case, the Fruin building stays with the county. So each of these scenarios, we tried to break out some information on growth approach, and parking and ROM cost estimate. So with all renovations, the total ROM cost of the scenario is the lowest out of the three. Because yes.
ROM stand for?
Oh, sorry. Rough order of magnitude. Because there's no new build, we're not, there is an addition on Town Hall in this case. So a little bit added square footage to the total square footage, but not significant. It also has the least opportunity for growth in the current spaces. So right now, as I'm sure many of you know, the buildings as you have them are close to maximum capacity. With renovation, you can optimize the space more so you can accommodate a little bit of growth or flex space, but you're not going to see that accommodation for 20-year growth. And then in the parking scenario, there's not much change again because it's all renovation. So there's not an opportunity to add parking. So you'd still with Town Hall, have to rely on parking permits for parking there. And then, Marshall's building being renovated, they would still have to rely on that zoned off area for the parking for their vehicles.
You mean the parking around, on the street around
The
the.
street
Marshall
parking, yes. Yep.
And I'll also point out that looking at the addition to town hall would also potentially reduce parking behind town hall.
And in all the cases, and in this one more than others, I think the Voodoo space, the commercial space on level 1, that would be the only real opportunity for town growth. So if in the future there was, a department that saw significant growth, you would want to consider moving that department to that commercial space, and then there would be a loss of revenue from that commercial space from Voodoo. Any questions on A before we go to B? Okay. So scenario B, a new building at Rebecca Hall. So this would be, a demolition of existing Rebecca Hall, building up. It'd be building up 3 floors, which is the maximum height. So really looking at what's the most potential opportunity for building on this site. Departments located at Rebecca Hall would be managers, finance, building planning and preservation, legal, HR, IT, and clerks. And in this case, town hall could be renovated for council chambers with no addition. So that parking that we were talking about at town hall could be maintained there. Parks and Rec is renovated, Marshall's renovated. No departments at the Voodoo building long-term, and no use of Fruin building in this scenario. So for scenario B on the growth, we have a little chart there really showing that if you max out Rebecca Hall, you could accommodate 20% growth of the departments located in Rebecca Hall, the new build scenario over time. So day 1, you wouldn't if you built out, 12,000 square feet, you wouldn't be using all of that with your total FTEs. There'd be space for growth. So that 20 years down the road, you wouldn't be in a scenario of trying to build a new building. For parking for Rebecca Hall in the new build scenario, with that new building, there'd be 10 to 12 parking spaces just required for that. The approach could be to utilize the town hall spaces that would remain there, as well as street permits, and potentially in looking at the new building could be opportunity to include some parking in that new build scenario. Of course, that's a balance of, kind of interior usable square feet versus what you allocate to parking, but could be a consideration if that one moves forward. Town hall is renovated with council chambers. No change to parking, with only town council at town hall, there's less of a parking need there on a daily basis. So that's again why Rebecca Hall could utilize that parking. Marshall's building is a renovation, that and we can talk about this more, especially when we get to scenario C. But, there is a concern in keeping Marshall's where it is with the lack of growth opportunity. That it's a hard one potentially to move, and there's not much space there to accommodate as they grow.
And it was identified as one of the departments that had the most growth over the next 20 years.
And then Parks and Rec as a renovation. Again, Voodoo could be used as flex space during construction and renovation for the other departments. Any questions on scenario B? Okay. Scenario C is a new building, a new build at the Fruin site. So the Fruin site and building that's existing is owned by the county. Zoe, I don't know if you want to speak to a little bit of the conversations.
Yeah, I'd love to. So, back in 2023, the county actually did a site analysis of the Fruin site for the potential of a shared town and county office, basically just kind of looking at the maximum square footage. With that, talking with Mike Rodonia and their interest, they approached us with the idea of donating the land to the town to build an office building that the town would pay for. And they would share about 1/3 of the use of that building. We would also align with sharing some meeting space and other common spaces for the purposes of their municipal building. They haven't done a similar programming exercise or growth exercise as we have. So right now, it's just very high level on, you know, us utilizing 2/3 and them utilizing 1/3. If we were to move forward with this, we'd have to flush out more of those conversations and align more on expectations. But given that information, we kind of took this step forward to build out this scenario.
I have a question. So then on this Fruin building, when it says the maximum square footage is 14,000 square feet, is that our third or is that the entire building?
Entire building.
So we would get 2/3 of that
Mhm.
and then the county would have the other third.
Plus, can you describe?
Yeah, let's just jump to this. So, if you look at the growth approach column, there's town, shared, county. So for the town departments, managers, legal, finance, HR, IT, building plan, preservation, and clerks, you know, the total kind of staff space is that 4,400, 4,500. And then shared, what we're including in shared is meeting rooms, lobbies, some shared like equipment, recreational equipment storage, you know, think
room.
bike room, things like that. And then there'd be leftover for the county around 5,000 square feet.
Okay.
So, but that's, you know, this is our like first pass based on, you know, what the numbers we have. So if the town wanted to propose something, you know, different to the county, I'm sure that could be.
This would be the first step in a process if we were to move forward with this scenario and working with the county to flesh that out.
So like really roughly, we could do, if it's 3 stories, we get a floor, they get a
Mhm.
floor,
Mhm.
and then we have a floor with big, nice council or community meeting room, not
Mhm.
council or board of commissioner meeting room. Some other meeting rooms that we share and maybe like a lobby with county clerks, town clerks, windows right next to each other.
Yep.
Mhm.
So I feel like we're jumping into my
Sorry, it's
masters,
the
which
fun
is
part,
great.
but
I, this is funny. So my master's project was on combined city county offices.
Cool.
And there's lots of potentials and different ways and examples of that collaborative nature, which is like you're saying, integrated office design or very separate
Or
office design.
both.
Yep.
Are there other, since you've done a lot of research on that, can
Yeah.
you give us just like a couple examples of places where this occurs and is working well?
Sure. So Steamboat and Route County did it for their police department. Salida does it with, oh my gosh, what's the county in Salida? Chaffey Candy, yeah. So they have a shared municipal office space there. Fruta does it with Mesa County in their space. There's a handful and all of them did agree that there are benefits and efficiencies to it. A lot of the narrative was getting to that point takes more time and is more complicated. But yes.
I'm just curious, these numbers that are presented up here with the 14 million, that's different than what was in that packet.
It is.
Okay.
So that we were reviewing yesterday and that 12 million was just the town square footage, was like the 2/3 number was with the town area and the shared, and we hadn't included the county. And so we updated this to be the full cost of the building, and then how costs would be negotiated would be discussed separately.
Okay, I just like to throw out there, because I'm also a county employee. And the coroner's office is currently located in the Fruin building. That would not be a situation where we would be comfortable probably sharing a lot of our office space. That has to be kept pretty secure. Obviously, I don't know, I'm not, you know, the coroner, I'm not on, you know, the town or the county commissioner's space. So I think that we, though, as councils, we're looking at this, just keeping in mind of what that space is currently used for and the offices that are there. You know, I know that the coroner's office is small, but we could use some significant increases, including, facilities for, storage and stuff like that, that we currently don't have. So I was just curious, so this 11 million, or sorry, the 8 million that goes to 12 that we have
Yes.
that's on this, basically the difference between those two was what the county would contribute,
The county, right now, they're vocalizing contributing the land.
just the land. And so then if the coroner's office needs a new office, the coroner's office then is working with the town to do that?
Well,
Is that
I
what's
don't,
happened?
I don't want to have this bogged down in
Yeah.
details like
Sorry,
that.
I'm just,
I mean,
I'm just curious
we-
about,
We can get there, but there's a plan that they can be completely separate and you get your space the way you need it with the county and the county decides it. Or we can integrate certain spaces that give us economies of scale, like hallway entries, conference rooms, bathrooms, all of those things. And so, there will be a time for each department, if we get this far and choose this scenario, of what the needs are for each and every department and what works best for everybody. I mean, it's a great point for us to think about, but this is really not the forum for that level of detail.
And that's exactly right. And that's just to that point, this is the town's first approach to this idea. If this is something council wants to further explore, there is a lot longer time frame to explore that just because, part with our partners. Yep.
This might fall under that of like, this isn't the right time to bring this up, but in scenario C, if we collaborate with the county on the Fruin building, would we also be responsible for ongoing maintenance and upgrades like?
So O&M would be a shared cost.
Okay.
And that has been discussed.
Cool.
I would just like to throw out my initial idea. I know we're all gonna deliberate, but I think this is a great idea. I'm not as comfortable with just accepting like, we'll build the building for the land donation. I would love to see what the value of the land is and like have that be part of the calculation of how much we contribute. And if construction of their portion of the building costs more than the land, then they should pay for that difference or some amount of it. Like,
Right.
that needs to be part of the negotiations, but in general, I think this is great.
And I totally agree. And I'll just keep reiterating, like, this is the very first step. There'll have to be a lot more conversations because we haven't really come to the table with the county other than them offering this potential, but we have not sussed out any details only because we wanted to get a temperature before even spending the time to do so.
In the Geneva scenario, it's as simple as getting the land appraised and multiple appraisals and negotiate it out and then figure out what the cost to build is, negotiate that out with what we know will be overruns and all
Right.
that fun stuff.
Yep.
If we choose this option.
Right. And then the county's appetite to do so.
Any further questions or can we keep rolling?
That's good. Okay, I want to just jump back. I think we jumped into the Fruin, which is really the heart of this scenario C, but want to go through the other buildings and what's happening in them. So town hall becomes just council chamber. So it'd be just a renovation, no addition there. That parking would be maintained. In this scenario, Marshall's office moves to Rebecca Hall. And we've showed this as a renovation. With that renovation, they would have more space to grow in a Rebecca Hall renovation than where they are now. There's co-location, next to the fire department, that could be advantageous for the town. The one thing a renovation does not completely resolve is parking. Because in this scenario, they could have the dedicated curb, reserved parking area with parking permits, but no off-street parking. If there was a desire to have off-street parking for Marshalls at this location, you'd be looking at more of a new build or like partial renovation scenario to get that.
Do you know how many parking spaces the Marshalls Department needs?
We do. I don't have it on the tip of my tongue. I think the request, I think right now their off-street parking is only 3 or 4, but I think the request is for much more.
For more than that,
Yeah.
yeah, I can.
We'll look
into
it
that.
up.
Okay.
Well, while we go.
Was there, in this scenario, Geneva just sort of mentioned like joint council chambers, community chambers, something of that nature at the building. And you had it still obviously at town hall. Was there in that sort of conversation in the planning process, what was the reason for still keeping them separate?
That, do you want to talk to this? Sorry, I can.
Sorry, I'm
Okay, you were.
starting to look into the parking, but you're saying, why are we keeping council chambers in town hall? That was something that we looked at and we kind of discussed the opportunity of we could put it at the new Fruin building site. We do think that town hall just lends itself to the location for council chambers due to the historic nature of the building. The interior and massing of the building, we think is appropriate scale for council chambers, but absolutely, we could look at putting it at Fruin.
And just another note, if we added town or council chambers in addition to all of those departments that we currently have at Fruin, that really limits then the space available for the county. So that would then, that town or the council chambers could be shared, right? That could become in that shared, but then dedicated county space would be much less.
Okay.
So I think that's part of this next step of discussions. If they really want this shared, kind of big council room and are willing to reduce maybe their dedicated space, that could.
Well, but they're gonna have a meeting room anyway. If we shared that meeting room, how does that cut into their department office space? Cause their meeting room is gonna be in that building, or are they gonna keep it in the annex?
So that's what we don't know. This is assuming that they're keeping what they have, because we don't know, they don't, as far as we understand, they don't have really a program study or growth study of where they would want to move departments around or change their current meeting space.
Because we could also suggest that they combine a town hall
Correct.
and use that for their
Yeah.
meeting space. And then that gives us some leverage and going in the back and forth.
Having an entire building for a meeting that happens every 3 weeks doesn't make sense to
Well,
me.
The chambers get used for boards and
stuff.
commissions and, it's not just town council.
Yeah, but still.
And that's something we
This
can-
is this whole building for even 4 meetings a week that, our meetings last a long time, but the other meetings are an hour and a half. I don't know.
And
Seems
however
a
they're
little overkill
designed.
just for being in a cool historic building. I don't know if it's worth the trade-off. Anyway, sorry.
And that is,
Getting
that is something Mike brought up, if they do want us to explore a larger shared meeting space. So there is an appetite for that, but yeah, what does that mean? So maybe some of the office space we've dedicated in the Fruin, they change what the current BOCC meeting space is and put offices there. So there's so much potential to be discussed if we're moving forward to this.
Yeah,
And that-
and there's, we certainly have, as we see almost weekly, that need for community meeting space, if you will, where if we're hosting an open house or things along those lines, this Rebecca Hall space just isn't appropriate for that. So we're going to AHA or we're going to the library or different things like that. And certainly under these new scenarios, you could configure, I think, chambers, council chambers, BOCC chambers, to be configured in a way that could also serve better as a community meeting space for nonprofits or ourselves. So
Even at the town hall site.
even a town hall, yeah.
Sorry, could we go back to the marshal's department and the parking over
Yes.
there?
Mm-hmm.
Can I
Yes.
ask a question really quickly about what we're talking about before we go back?
Mhm.
Is there a possible scenario where the meeting chambers for the county and for the town both happen at town hall instead of the Fruin building? Could that be shared to accommodate?
It definitely could, but we would have to talk to the county on
Okay.
their appetite to do so.
Sorry.
Okay, so going back to the parking, the Marshall's building currently has 4 existing reserve parking spaces for their vehicles. And then would like to increase that to 8 spaces over time.
That's a question, Zoe. Do we have dedicated parking at Voodoo for them as well, the Marshalls?
No,
No? Okay.
not
I
at,
thought that was.
not the current voodoo spot.
They
no.
asked.
They asked, okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm remembering.
And this is an important ask that is very difficult. And I'll just kind of reiterate, we did go through a new build of Rebecca Hall that would incorporate parking and all those things, but we're just trying to, which is something that we can explore. But we just wanted to balance the cost with the benefit. And so if that's something that council feels also strongly about, we can explore that new build at Rebecca Hall.
I guess it's the Marshall's building is tricky because there's a lot of historic
Correct.
stuff.
Mhm.
around it,
Mhm.
touching it,
Mhm.
involved in it.
Yep.
And I guess it's like, it just feels like maybe that space now isn't the best place for the marshal's department. And I know like my personal office is directly across from there. And like, they had, before the development, they had all the parking along the east side of the building there in the alley.
Right.
Which I don't know if it was, I don't think it was probably more than 4 spots.
Yeah.
But now then they're taking the on-street parking, which is hard to manage, and like people, I'm sure, park there illegally all the time and stuff like that. I'm curious, as it seems like, I don't know, I can't see the solution with keeping the marshals in this space. You know what I'm saying?
I think, I agree with you, and I also think that is a beautiful historic structure that our community
The jail and everything.
doesn't get to experience, and nor does anyone really want to, because I just think that this has such an incredible opportunity to be able to use that for real community benefit.
I mean, it was
think it's
built
a really-
originally as the library.
Yeah, it's a really
Right.
special space, it's
Mhm.
beautiful, and I love the idea of moving it.
So in scenario C, if we were to move the marshal's department here, renovate town hall for council chambers, the parking that is currently behind town hall would be maintained, correct?
Mhm.
But if that's council chambers, we don't have as big of a need for parking. So could the
Correct.
spaces behind town hall be the marshal's parking spaces?
That's what it
Yes.
is.
Okay.
That scenario.
Got
And,
it.
I did get a text message and they currently have 6 spaces, but.
Oh, 6
Okay.
spaces, sorry.
And you
Thank you.
probably,
Okay.
Probably.
Oh, sorry.
you'd probably end up with a scenario if that's what you wanted to do and renovate this building is what type of renovation? And are you looking for a full-fledged plan to rebuild X years down the road?
Right.
You know, because that will be the most efficient use of this footprint. And we're just not going to be able to ask for, that many millions more if we choose this scenario at this time. And so I think it would be important for the new people that will be sitting around this table at that time to understand they'll need to pick up that plan instead of just
And with. again,
highlighting it and moving on.
Right, and with this scenario, there's a lot more legwork and partnerships to discuss, like, we haven't even engaged the fire district and having the marshals here, and I know they have plans of remodeling that building at some point, and are there partnerships with parking or other things there? There's a lot of collaborative conversations, that would be a next step. And again, a longer timeline, but, a beneficial one if council decides.
This building is not historic and the fire station is not historic. But town hall is historic.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that I had the,
And the marshals is.
And the marshals, on the Fruin lot,
Mhm.
there are 2 historic sheds that Park would have to approve, any future move. And if those were moved, those would have to be relocated within the historic district. So there's some wrinkles to the Fruin site from a historic standpoint with the sheds, but not with the building itself.
Mhm.
This building, Rebecca Hall, dates back more into the 50s, I believe. So it's not rated.
it's well outside
It
the
is.
period of historical significance.
Yes. Cool.
Let's see, I think we covered everything here related to growth, Fruin, similar to a new build at Rebecca Hall, would have space for growth for those departments for that 20% or looking 20 years down the road. We discussed parking. Town hall used as council chambers, once that gets developed, and the plan here would be for council chambers to accommodate up to about 50 people. There isn't a future growth scenario. We don't see that there'd be a need for council chambers to get any larger later. So that's kind of once you renovate that, you wouldn't need to come back and reconsider that. And then again, Rebecca Hall with the renovation of Marshall's gets them out of their current location, but really to accommodate parking and some of the other needs, a new build, long-term, and maybe it's a phased approach, right? All of these, we're kind of showing kind of maybe more of a final phase. There would be increment steps to get to the result. And then finally, we work to pull out some of the goals as a evaluation criteria, just looking at the scenarios and how they stack up against each other for different goals and opportunities. You know, we talked about future growth. Really, scenario C gives you that most future growth for more departments, being that the Marshalls gets to move and Fruin Building is the new build. Departments co-located. Again, scenario B and C are better poised for that co-location. Approved facilities, you know, and we really should have given a half dot to scenario A because it would be improved even if you renovated. That is an improvement. But really that like kind of true optimization of space is gained when you do a new building. And site building utilization, scenario C, you know, again, vacating that Marshall so that it could be used for something else that's maybe more public facing for the town. Access to public is increased across all scenarios, but especially B and C. Enhanced meeting room access. And Zoe mentioned it at the beginning, you know, there is a lack of meeting space across departments. So all of these would be an improvement to that. Parking access, you know, we discussed a lot. None of them are kind of the silver bullet, I think, to parking yet. And that could be continued to be explored. And then municipal court, we didn't touch on that, but in all of these, the idea would be that the renovated town council space could also be used for municipal court. And then energy efficiency, a new building would be more efficient in terms of energy use. The renovations in scenario A, like for Rebecca Hall, would include upgrades to mechanical systems. So it would become more energy efficient than it is now, but wouldn't be as well performing as B or C.
Does, oh, that's all right. Does your analysis of the Fruin Building include leaving some type of commercial space on Main Street, or would it all be county town use?
So in the totals, this is utilizing the whole space for count and county use. So if there was a commercial space, it would be a reduction from what's shown.
So
Okay.
we would have to potentially relocate some of those office spaces. However, we will now have a Marshalls building open, some other spaces that we could look
Right.
into.
Could we lift it? We go higher?
This does include going higher. So this is
But
3.
Even
Oh,
higher.
even higher.
To keep commercial on the ground floor.
I think
Most you would get 5 feet
Yeah.
of additional height under a public use PUD.
But we have, like you said, potentially a Marshall's building. There is Voodoo that's gonna have commercial, and so it could be collaborative and.
And that's maybe my other question, just in scenario C as well, because you do note that future growth could use Voodoo commercial space, and I just want to know realistically when and how you think that could potentially occur. 'Cause you know, personally, I'm not in favor of that. I think that's that, I want that to be commercial.
Yeah,
So when were
and-
you thinking that that could potentially happen?
well, in scenario C, we don't envision a need for that, right?
Okay.
Because the 20% growth is already accounted for in the other locations. But we noted it because it is a facility that the town has that could utilize, but it would not be envisioned within 20 years in this scenario.
We're more just thinking of it as flex space for the, for the phasing of like,
Right.
well, this is under construction, we need to move people somewhere.
However,
until
the
they can-
Bruin would most likely include the least amount of that.
Oh,
space.
Need of
Right.
a flex space,
Because
yeah.
we just
new. You
exist
just
as
stay
it
where you
until
are.
It was done and then.
Yes.
But we.
Corner.
The corner.
Let's go
I meant,
anywhere,
like,
just put us anywhere.
And again, like if council decides to go forward with scenario C, I do see the having to go to the county to flush this out a little bit more, obviously, to answer, you know, some of those questions and facing pieces. But for the other scenarios, Voodoo would be a good opportunity for that future growth. because there is limitations in this. A
Yes.
And Zoe, what exactly do you want to see from us right now? And as we wrap this up in the next 10, 20 minutes, whatever it is, do you want to see hopefully a direction on a scenario? Do you want,
If council is feeling strongly about one scenario over another, that would be beneficial, particularly if it is scenario C, because there's so much more coordination and information that needs to be gathered to make it viable to then move to the next step of design potential. So that would be a great place to start.
okay. I mean, are we ready for that discussion now, or do you have anything further to present?
We don't have anything further.
Okay.
There's additional questions.
I'll just start so we can get the ball rolling, and we can always backtrack to questions if someone has further questions back on the presentation. But, you know, although there's a significant increased cost, you know, scenario C, for a variety of reasons, I think is the way to go. Partially, I think the economies of scale, working with the county are good and putting us together as we try to cooperate more with the county and the town of Mountain Village is beneficial. And, you know, the reality is that if we can have an ambitious plan and do something like this, knowing that what the cost will be, especially in the future, you know, this council and staff won't be accused of kicking the can down the road and solving a need that's been evaluated for, you know, 25 years at least. And then having a scenario where we're comfortable for a significant amount of time. So the council in the future can be more efficient with other things.
Are there financial accelerators on these estimates?
So these are all based on construction starting in 2025. So, and then to the midpoint of construction, it's escalated. So if that shifts out, you know, in scenario C, I would see needing to escalate further because I don't think that would be as realistic. But we can provide, you know, kind of what that escalation per year would be.
I really like scenario C. I think it's the plan that's obviously going to serve the community long term. And I think at this point in time, we need to be planning for 20 years, 30 years from now. And so I think this scenario C is really the best option, and it's a really great option too. Thank you so much for all of your work.
I agree with everything both me and Teddy just said, and I want to add a couple things. I think one of the benefits of scenario C is when we think about the public facing side of our government, a lot of the times the public doesn't necessarily draw these lines between town and county the same way we do. So kind of having one space where all of that lives, I think makes us a lot more accessible to our public. And for them to navigate, like, where do I go to get this question answered? They have kind of one building and then can get direction from there. And so I think it's a really great way to serve our community in a way that's easier for them to approach. The other thing that I want to mention is, you know, I don't think it's necessary that we use historic buildings in their intended original use was, but I think it's cool when that can happen organically. So I really like the idea of town hall becoming this community meeting space again, because that's its historic purpose. So while that's not like a requirement, I think that's just a nice, that's something that I appreciate as like someone who loves historic preservation. I think it's really cool if we can like use that space like they used it 120 years ago. I don't know how old it is, but that to me just seems like an extra benefit of that scenario.
I love C as well. I think it saves taxpayer money to not have to be supporting 2 new buildings, instead 1 new building between the county and the town, which is good. And also just relocating the Marshalls building out of downtown is something that we must do if possible. And here's a possible avenue for that. I think that with Voodoo creating a lot more density on that corner, pulling something out is the correct next step, and dealing with some of the parking issues. And I can think of a million things we could do with the Marshalls building that are cooler than Marshall. Well, I mean, no knock on the Marshals.
Yeah, we
Uh,
take your
they need,
call.
they need more
Yeah.
space and I would love to give it to them up here at Rebecca Hall. So I think that this is great and I look forward to negotiating with the county more on what it could look like with some of the questions that were brought up today.
I agree. I think that scenario C presents the greatest amount of opportunity for us. That being said, I know that, you know, we can go down these roads and it can become difficult and it might not be as advantageous as we're hoping. So I would say on that note that my second choice would be then for a scenario B. That I don't think that A does enough for us and in the theme of not wanting to kick the can down the road. I think that C would be my first choice, again, because I think it presents us with the greatest opportunity. And then B being the second, if that is not a path that we find is navigable.
Great point.
I think we're all pretty close to alignment on here. The one bit of context I continue to think about is this is absolutely a priority. Our challenge is we have many other projects that are also priorities and money isn't infinite. The one piece I would add in there personally, I would put town council's needs at the low end of that priority. A new council chambers we can live without. Before other departments, the marshals especially, their building is literally falling apart and they are a higher priority than we are. And so if there is need as we continue to look on how we're going to budget for this to shift something down in priority, I would definitely emphasize that we as town council should shift ourselves down on that first and foremost on that. That being said, I certainly see the benefits and need for building new infrastructure for essentially all departments within town government. And I do want to continue to prioritize this. I think C, as has been highlighted by all of you, allows for the greatest alignment with the county and efficiencies for our own staff down the road. And I think there is benefits to that. I'm just adding my typical pragmatic or nihilistic twist on it, everything. So that's
We
my,
can all be winners though, Dan. There doesn't have to be a loser. We can all be winners.
show me the money.
Great. I think everyone's chimed in. The only thing I'd add is, if we do go with C, is that you have almost two options within C, which is the collaborative approach, or you get your side, we get our side. Because we may ultimately decide that that's better. It's still better for the public because it's all under, one roof or on one block or what have you. But I think that would be, a nice double way to approach it, because you might run into they might run into barriers with us and vice versa. And then I know how hard our staff works and what they're trying to. Hopefully that wasn't me. But I know how hard our staff works and what they're trying to accomplish, and I worry about major disruptions and moving offices and temporary voodoo and all this stuff. They've got a lot on their plate, and moving multiple times in a renovation scenario doesn't seem like a good way to go. Any further comments from council before we let Zoe wrap this up?
No, perfect. So I will continue to flesh out scenario C. My next step will be starting to meet with the county to understand those details a little bit more so that we can define that design and move forward to get those cost estimates. That will also not only looking at programming with the county and their priorities, exploring the sheds and what our potentials are with those, and also the nonprofit space to ensure that we can help with that transition too. So I appreciate that feedback, everybody.
Fantastic. Great job. It was really well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, continuing along with the work sessions, item 1B, we have Kyle's been patiently sitting in the back of the room for us.
Morning, Town Council, Mayor. I am honored today to present to you the projects for our 2024 Public Works. As you can see, there's a laundry list of activities this year. And the main point, I'm not going to go into too much detail of each project, but really want to go through some of these just in some fine detail so everyone understands the work that's going to be going on around town. Because there will be some interruptions to traffic, sidewalks, as well as from sewer, water. And I'll kind of just go through those here briefly with you. So the first project and how I plan on presenting this is going from the west side of town and then going through the east. That way you can kind of get a gauge on the map of where these are going to occur and how they could affect the flow throughout our town, specifically when we have festivals and any other planned events. Can you guys hear me all right? I hear like this weird feedback. Yeah, and back it up. Is that better? Okay. So our first project, it's actually going on as we speak, is the Lawson Tank Pump Station. That is over, obviously in Lawson. There's an existing 250-gallon storage tank that has been sitting there, full but not usable for several years now. And when I came on board, we're trying to push utilizing this tank. And I guess the oversight of this tank was where it was constructed. There's not enough pressure within that tank. There's not enough elevation to actually service those higher elevation lots up there in Lawson. And so what was happening is that even with this tank, it wasn't providing enough pressure and it couldn't fill against the fill pressure that was coming from Mill Creek water treatment plant. And so we've constructed a pump station that will not only provide the fill pressure for the tank, but also it'll provide that back pressure in the Lawson. You're not going to see additional pressure through Lawson, but the key thing there is it's going to be consistent, sustained pressure, and it's going to be able to provide fire protection for those residents. Because what would happen is if there was a fire on the lower portion of Lawson, you can think of that water column being drawn back off of Lawson, and then you create a vacuum that's a high risk of actually cavitating pipes, as well as sucking basically your toilet water back through your toilet into the potable system. So there was some health risk up there. We had one house that claimed that they had blue water, and that's exactly what happened. But luckily there's a backflow preventer that eliminated from getting into the distribution system. So that's that major project. We actually have the lift station or the pump station installed as we speak. It's underground. We're just waiting on some long lead items, some parts, and then the instrumentation that's going to talk to our SCADA system that'll allow us to be able to run that system basically remotely. So hopefully that project will be completed before June. But again, something that no one sees and probably no one will even know that is in existence. It's just kind of additional water supply for the town in whole. And so after that Lawson gets installed, we'll have the Pandora water storage tank at 750,000 gallons. We'll have the Stillwell tanks that are 250 on the west tank, 230,000 on the east tank. And then we'll have the Lawson, which is an additional 250,000 gallons of water storage. Moving east, this has been one of our top priorities lately, has been what you'll always hear me say is FOG, which is fat, oil, and grease. It's our industrial waste pretreatment program, our IPP program, and our wastewater pretreatment. And that goes back to the restaurants with the grease interceptor. It goes back to the breweries on the pretreatment. And of course, the important thing in regards to this program is really, as we're moving towards a new wastewater treatment plant, to be able to stay in compliance. Between these two, it's a huge effect on our wastewater treatment plant. just to meet compliance on our BOD, which is our biological oxygen demand, which is the nutrients going into the plant. As you can see there, the photo on the right, I'll try to use my mouse here if I can. No, it's not picking it up. Oh, there it is. This image on the right, that is hops from the brewery. So that all got picked up through our grit machine, but this is what we're trying to get. And Telluride Brewing Company has done their part and to do with side streaming, which will eliminate all this coming down from the brewery. So there has been some success stories with all this. And then we're currently our wastewater treatment plant staff, which is they're fantastic, have been doing their part on retesting just to validate that we're actually making a difference and making a positive outcome of kind of this program. And then obviously the fats, oil and grease from the restaurants, we've got additional staff. Our new town engineer has been doing an awesome job going from restaurant to restaurant, helping those facilities understand the impact of the grease coming down the sanitary sewer and working with them on kind of sizing their grease interceptor, getting all the data recorded. So a huge effort on that part, and a special thanks to the wastewater treatment plant. Those folks have been running around like crazy, as you'll see is these other projects that they're dealing with, just going back and forth between everything they have going on this year, including the hardships at the wastewater treatment plant. And please, if you have any questions, just stop me and I'll address it at the time. Yep.
So is this an old photo then?
This was just a couple months ago. So yes, this was the side streaming actually started basically last week.
Okay, so it started.
It just started. Yeah, they got their equipment. And so what we're doing right now is we took BOD readings prior to, which those numbers are very surprising. And then we're following up after the side streaming to see kind of what the outcome is from that side streaming. There's definitely a lot of room for improvement, but at least we move forward in this step to side stream and collect the majority of the stuff coming down the sanitary sewer.
And side streaming just basically means they have their own strainer system that collects this stuff before it goes into our system.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's collecting like the hops, the yeast. Yep, exactly. Yeah. So we're continuing to work with them, and I want to give them kudos as well because they are, they did this as fast as they could and got it installed, and hopefully we see some positive results. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kyle, is anybody else side streaming then up from area, in that commercial area?
That's a great question. That's going to be our next discussion because they're just one of obviously many in that kind of that industrial park. And so what we've also done is we've established test results from basically that business park compared to all of Lawson. And I know we've had kind of a meeting prior to this where basically that industrial park, Lawson in general, has more BOD production than Telluride or Mountain Village. So it is definitely a high industrial location that we need to figure out how to decrease the BOD that's coming in the plant. And so our next step we've got with the brewery, and then the next thing we'll do is we'll see there's a manhole that's just downstream of that business park. We've got our auto sampler that's a mobile unit, and our goal is to start testing these kind of hot spots and see the impact to the wastewater treatment plant.
Karen G has her hand up as well online really quick.
In answer also to the side streaming, the Conoco Car Wash has currently pumps out, does pre-treatment, and then has that waste pumped out. So, and that was required years ago, and they've had that since their existence. As well, Telluride Tire does not have their operations connected to the wastewater treatment plant. They collect their waste from their garage operations and have that pumped and sent to an appropriate location as well for disposal. So it's not that unusual. It's just depends on what we're focusing on.
Thanks, Karen.
Great.
And so, of course, this effort is ongoing. In regards to the restaurants, we've submitted, or I guess we sent out our second notification through certified mail. And so we're giving the restaurants that haven't submitted their application and their details on their grease interceptor, that's kind of been their final notice, and the next step would be kind of shutting off water and really getting them to commit to install those grease interceptors to help support this program. Because of course it is in accordance to federal regulation as well as our municipal code that limits to what people can send down the drain. So just try to keep people in compliance, and we're there to help. We're going on site, we're meeting at the restaurant. So I don't want anyone to feel that we're just leaving it up to restaurants to figure out.
Do you have most restaurants complied already, or do you feel like there's still a lot that are dragging their feet?
It took the second letter, so
Okay.
the second letter went through, and there's a bunch of the questions that are coming up, and Tara's been scrambling, making appointments to meet at the restaurant, go over those details, and then working with the restaurants to get those installed, or really establishing that cleaning schedule, because you could have the grease interceptor installed, but if you're not cleaning it properly, we're also doing a follow-up visit to where we've got it's just a tool that'll basically measure the amount of grease that's in their trap. And then it gives them a gauge of, okay, it's been 2 weeks, 3 weeks, here's how much it's filled up. And so here needs to be your cleaning schedule, recommended cleaning schedule. And of course, that's going to change through festival season, winter. And so we're right at the beginning of establishing that program. So it's a lot to learn. It's not going to be an exact science right off from the get-go, but we're going to work with restaurants and do what it takes to get everyone in compliance.
I have a question. I don't know much about the distilling process for the distillery down in Lawson, but is this something that they need to do as well, or is this something they're already doing?
Yeah, so we're visiting those facilities as well, and it goes with the same with Mountain Village. Mountain Village is kind of following our lead, so they're going to their restaurants, the distillery, the breweries. And so, yeah, it's everyone that's considered an industrial user has to be in compliance with these state regulations. And so we'll have a permit that just allows us to help them be in compliance, but also keeps them accountable for any of those things that they'd be discharging down. That would go to our wastewater treatment plant. Yep, so we are, these go out to all industrial users, the school, even so. Next big project is of course, our regional wastewater treatment plant improvements. This does not include the planning of the new wastewater treatment plant. This is things that need to happen immediately at the wastewater treatment plant, and this is to be done regardless if we were going to upgrade the existing plant or plan for new construction. These are items that have failed and that are really creating some hardship at the wastewater treatment plant. I know these items have been brought up several times, and now we're kind of in the mix of getting equipment replaced. So there is going to be some sacrificial dollars that are going to be spent on a wastewater treatment plant, but that's just a given to keep it running for the time being until a new wastewater treatment plant is constructed. And some of these items, the picture on the upper left here is what we call the headworks, and that's really the first line of treatment for all the sewage being collected at our influent pump station, our raw water pump station that gets pumped into this facility. And then this is where, our initial BOD and capacity readings are calculated. But pretty much this whole facility has failed from the initial screening process, which you have your sanitary sewer flow goes into headworks, and this screening equipment does exactly that. It screens out all of the major large particles that are coming into the plant to remove that out of the process. And so right now the screen, which is kind of off to the, there we go. It's touchy. This is this screening process. And what's happening is it's constantly the breakers are failing, and so the system will shut off and it has to be reset, and that becomes an issue when staff is not at the plant. So they're called out on the weekends to come and reset. And so replacing that piece of equipment is gonna be key to eliminate having to bypass any of that flow if this piece of equipment's not, operating. And then we're also seeing a lot of issues with once those large particles get picked up and screened out, it gets compressed to squeeze out basically the liquid. And then what's happening is that liquid is shooting out of the equipment, and that's why you can see all the basically the sewage all over the floor. And so that'll be just, for sanitary purposes to get that piece of equipment replaced. And
Sorry, Kyle, quick aside somewhat of what is the sort of response time, or how far away is the staff coming to have those call-ins, or whatever phrase you would use for?
so how close are they for these call-ins? So on-call staff has to be within 20 minutes.
Okay.
And that's, the key with that 20 minutes is more of like if the raw lift station fails, because then the capacity of that lift station is the max timing of before it overflows and can potentially get into the river. And so it's a pretty quick response time, and that's where I'll get into some future things that we need to help maximize that time so it's not so critical.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then the next piece of equipment that needs to be replaced is our grit removal. I keep bragging about the wastewater treatment plant folks, but they are fantastic. Zach is basically this master fabricator that we can't even find people in town to do this work. Minus Nico, he seems to do everything. But Zach was able to reconfigure the rotary drums to become a grit removal machine. So when our grit classifier went down, he fabricated this rotary system right. This thing's so touchy, right there. To be able to remove that grit. So we've been bouncing back and forth as one piece of equipment fails, he switches back to the other. That's another critical component to eliminate what you see at the bottom right hand, where all of that grit gets bypassed into our aux stages, and then we're spending, I think last year we spent $56,000 to get that pumped out, because that's underground and it takes special equipment to get it all pumped out. So
Zach, just a question for everyone. So the grit, that's like, was that due to like the infiltration that was coming in through the pipes and then through storm drains and stuff like that?
No, so close. So the grit is actually from deteriorating pipes, but you're absolutely right on infiltration, where if you have large gaps in your pipe or holes in manhole, just grit from your native material will get into the system, and then that could potentially damage pumps. But it also could be just large particles that people are flushing down the toilet as well. So just any large particles is really what is defined in that grit. And then beyond the headworks, we need a redundant screw press, and that's basically at the final process of the plant, the biosolids. It's another system that dewaters the biosolids, squeezes out the liquid, so that way when we transport those solids, it's less trips to the dump, and it really compresses the liquid out, puts that back in the system, and that way we're only hauling those solids. And that's been another key thing with minimizing the fog and brewery waste coming in the plant have a huge effect on our digesters. And when that process gets messed up, even the dewatering can't even squeeze out the liquids, to where now all of our trailers are being full with almost like a slug or a sludge. And so we had one incident where they tried to lift the roll-off trailer onto the truck, and everything just flows out into the plant. They got to clean that up by hand. So it's just a huge effect on the process of our plant. And so a redundant screw press is going to eliminate that risk of, if that system goes down, we have no way to transport biosolids off to our landfill. So it's just that redundancy that's going to be required. And then those are two of what we're basically saying is our emergency needs for this year. And then we also are looking at updating the raw water lift station, which is our influent pump station, where all of the flows meet, which is Lawson, Mountain Village, Telluride, Old Sorrow, all those meet at that location, get pumped up into Headworks. And so to update that system, as we had a scare a few years ago where the manifold fell off the wall and that system failed and it filled up, and luckily we had a bypass pump that was able to eliminate that from making its way into the river. And so in addition to the IPS influent pump station would be our EQ, our equalization tank, to be constructed, installed on site. And that design and construction would actually be for the life of this plant and the future plant, where it would be able to store additional flow, but the name of it, the equalization, is that exact purpose, where it's mixing all the sanitary sewer versus these slug flows going into the plant, which is our problem right now. It would mix that up to allow the plant to better take in those slug flows if they occur. And so hoping to get the headworks and the redundant screw press installed by the end of 2024. And I would assume that the EQ tank and the IPS would be going into 2025.
What's stopping it from happening?
The EQ,
End it.
equipment lead time is the hardest thing for us right now is just getting the equipment ordered, and everything now they say is like a year out, but we're working on with a certain company right now is looking to see how fast they can get these replacement with like kind equipment, and hopefully we can get it sooner, but that would be kind of worst case. Next project is also occurring as we speak is the Mill Creek filter and membrane replacement. And of course, Mill Creek is our primary water treatment plant, and we are offline as we speak with that plant. And now Pandora is our primary as we're installing the new membrane filters. And that is the key of, just like any filter, it's what's providing that clean water. And the Mill Creek filters were at beyond their life expectancy. We were filling our integrity test, which basically shoot air into the system. And if it shows it's leaking, that's an issue, as it could be letting particulates into our potable water stream. And so we are on board right now with the contractor. They're up there replacing it. And so there was a lot of preparation that had to be done at the Pandora water treatment plant as well. And the team, again, pulled that one through, got everything constructed at the Pandora plant to make sure that we have a source of water while Mill Creek is down. And so a couple of these pictures are kind of explaining that process. The one on the far left is when we had the avalanche blasted over on Ajax, and that was a result of our access road up to Pandora. And that's really key of, winter conditions and why Pandora could be offline if we have a major winter season and we have avalanche issues, because it took several days to get that road plowed out so our team can get up there and install the new filters for Pandora, where that was a couple-week process only because we were replacing the filters, where Mill Creek is the whole entire skid, clean in place process, instrumentation, SCADA. So there's a bunch of updates at Mill Creek that will take us into pretty much bluegrass before that'll be up and running. But that is the ultimate goal, is to get Mill Creek up and running before bluegrass. That way we have both plants operational kind of for our really busy festival season. The image next to which is Lynn clearing out the road, is just the designs for the Mill Creek. And then the image to the right of that, the one that is orange in color, that is Pandora, and that is the iron issue that we're having up there. And that's why those filters failed. And so that's another task that we're going to get into, of trying to identify where the iron is coming from. We don't believe it's coming from Blue Lake, that it might be some of the pipe up there that's deteriorating and sending slugs of iron down to the water treatment plant.
So that picture, the white is what those should be, and then the orange is what they are because of the iron.
It almost seems like that, but it's not.
Okay.
So, but
Jeez Louise.
technically, yes. So that is what new filters for Pandera would look like in the white. But the white ones are actually from Mill Creek, and they almost, you would ask like, okay, well, why are we replacing those? They look in good shape. Two different filters. The ones on the right that are white actually filter from inside those tubes, so we can't see what's inside to understand why they failed. Where the Pandora, they filter from the outside, but that is the iron issue that we're seeing up there, which is kind of scary. So
Seems significant.
yeah. And then a couple other things with the Mill Creek. We're looking at installing a PRV, which is a pressure reducing valve down at the spur, just to reduce that pressure as it goes towards the wastewater treatment plant and Lawson, which will help expand the life expectancy of that pipe. If we don't have to have those pipe under high pressure, it's just gonna extend the life expectancy of those pipes. So we are looking to also install a PRV basically at the spur to minimize that pressure. Continuing east, we obviously have the bike path repairs that I'm sure everyone is looking forward to. Out of the 390 that we had last year, I think we're down to 300. And I'm really trying to expedite this process. I don't want to keep extending this, year after year. So we'll have our internal staff work on this as soon as the temps warm up. The temps are critical just so we can get asphalt from Montrose. That's a pretty good drive, and we gotta keep the pavement temperatures in the truck above 200. So we have that range to be able to compact the hot mix asphalt. And so we're also going to be looking at contracting that service out for assistance from a couple contractors. We'll get bids in to see what they would charge to help assist with the crack repairs. It's going to be really difficult to do those crack repairs along where the beaver dams are at, because you physically can't get equipment perpendicular to those cracks to remove them when you have water on both sides. So we're trying to evaluate how we're going to repair those cracks with those beaver dams there. And then as a group, we'll have to just decide on whether we want to overlay this stretch, which I think is going to be necessary in the future just for rideability. The cracks, we'll be able to repair the cracks, but there's no way you'll be able to have a smooth transition at each one of those. There'll still be just a little bump, but it's better than hitting one of those large cracks with your front tire and going over your bike. So we'll have to have that discussion if that's something we want to do in the future, is an overlay of that entire stretch. Next on the list is the sanitary sewer collection system CCTV, closed captioning television, which is a robotic camera that goes inside the sewer main, and followed by the cleaning of the pipe and then the lining of the pipe. I know we've had the conversation about what was going on the end of last year with along the spur. We had bypass pumping, and we ran into our 18-inch cast iron pipe or ductile iron pipe that was reduced down to an 8-inch due to all the debris buildup. That pipe hasn't been inspected and cleaned in 40 years. And it's usually recommended for a main trunk line that's done every other year. So we'll continue those efforts, and then we're going to be working on lining 1.5 miles of high risk sanitary sewer of the 10 that we have in town. So that's going to be a huge project this year. Not going to say it's going to be a lot of disturbance. That's a trenchless technology. So you might see kind of the equipment that we had out there last year along the spur, that bypass pipe. And so that's usually the extent of it. We'll have some traffic control that'll be needed at the locations, but I'll try to show you what that looks like. This video will play. It's just a real short, quick video of what CIPP looks like, cured in place pipe. And they do this process with either steam or hot water, depends on if you do inversion or steam applied. But basically that pipe that you see that's cured inside the existing pipe. That's just a robot cutting out the clean out. So everything's done robotically. And then you can even send a lateral launcher up that service if that's necessary. But it's minimal disruption. It's usually a pretty fast cure time. So
So it's put, what is it doing in there? Can you explain what the robot's doing?
yeah, so
Or is it?
nope. So the technology is basically, I always tell people it looks like a sock that they put through the system. And then the hot steam or water inversion blows it up and there's resin. And so that pipe inside the pipe hardens and it actually can take place. So even if that hose pipe completely deteriorated, this pipe, and that's how they determine the mill thickness of it. It'll basically it's a brand new pipe within a pipe. So you don't have to rely on that host. And then the robot goes in and it'll actually cut out. So if you line through, say, a service tap, it'll go and cut that service tap back out. So it opens that back up for the residents or
So it's
commercial.
relining the inside of the pipe and then we cut the holes where other pipes come in. So
Yep.
that they still function.
Exactly. So every joint is sealed. You can have separated pipe, you can have broken pipe. And so it's just a way to do it trenchless and then it eliminates all the I&I. So now this line that goes through the beaver ponds, I don't have to worry about the joints leaking. It'll be completely sealed out.
Cool.
Can I ask a question that's not totally directly on this, but is that process the process that we can use to bring all of the pipes sort of regionally into structural compliance?
Absolutely. So it even goes beyond this. Yeah, yeah. I'll spend it. So like all of, we're going through looking at like this image here, the clay pipe, right? So old clay pipe, it can, you go through and you line that and it'll fix all that infiltration. Now, what it can't fix is if you have a bad alignment. So you'll have clay pipe when that was installed, typically those were an 8-foot section. So you have a 3% deflection on each joint. So if it's a roller coaster, it's not a good application for the cure in place pipe because it follows the exact alignment. So you won't eliminate sags, but for straight shots, it's a perfect technology. And like I said, we found about 1.5 miles of pipe that we'll be able to line versus digging that up and replacing it.
And that's just here in the town of Telluride.
That's just here, yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's great. That's
Yeah,
great.
and there's people reaching out to me to talk about it because there's, they can do service lines like this. There's other opportunities for it just beyond, government. So,
Maybe that was a good question, Geneva.
yeah.
What's the lifetime expectancy on something like this?
It's equivalent to your typical PVC. So PVC, HDPE, they give like a 50-year range. And it's equivalent. They match it to the life expectancy. This technology has actually been around for a very long time. There used to be a lot of contractors that would do it. Now it's kind of a monopoly. You have in situ form, lane liner. Lane liner doesn't do the steam cure or water inversion. They have a robot that does a UV cure. Used to have fold and form. It used to be a pipe that was heated, shoved in, and then it would expand back into its shape. But this is pretty much the majority of the technology out there are those two manufacturers. But they're out of Littleton. I know, well, they're corporate in Colorado's in Littleton, so it'd be a pretty big project for them. And the next one you've heard about today is the Public Works Facility upgrades. This is a 2,100 square foot addition to the transit side of the maintenance campus. That image on the left, upper left, is kind of our parking situation, just like all around town. Parking is very difficult. We've got, we're finally staffed up, so we've got all of our operators in line. We're just short on our Main Street Ranger. So we've noticed that impact with the three additional staff we just recently got, their additional parking, and then, of course, all of our heavy equipment going back and forth from Norwood. Our sweeper just got delivered yesterday, but we don't have the equipment, just sitting there at our yard. So it makes things a little difficult for our operations, but the addition is really transit specific. It was based off of a grant that that team actually won a couple years ago. Its deadline is the end of this year. So that's where I'm trying to push and get this facility constructed. We had a couple hiccups with the geotech, and we're pretty much on some garbage fill over at our location. So we had to do an additional geotech survey. But for this phase of the project, it's that 2,100 square foot addition, which will allow our street maintenance staff to move over into a shared use space. Because as of right now, they're in a mechanics bay. They just have a table set up in the middle of it. That's kind of their operations, their meeting, and really what they use for, rebuilding lights, building signs, fabricating, and as well as equipment maintenance. And so we are about at the 50% design review, and I'm hoping to get this project out to bid here in the next 2 months, and then we'll see what those bids come in at. And I'm sure we'll be touching base just to kind of go over kind of what we're seeing for construction costs. A couple things that we have to do in addition is make some more room for parking, which we have the river trail that runs through the Public Works Department, the property line there. So we're looking at relocating that river trail to the north, just so we can then have diagonal parking, which will basically double the parking that we have on that site, which would be a huge help. And then the future phase is obviously looking at the equipment storage, which if it happens at all, that'll be 2025, 2026, but definitely necessary because this transporting back and forth with equipment kind of hinders our operations. And then looking at slightly moving lot lines to the south and to the east, just to make some room for that 2,100 square foot addition. Now we have our milling, patching, paving project. No different than any other year. Every year that this program goes on, it makes me happier just because I can foresee that these potholes disappearing. This has been a very bad year. You question why more potholes this year than last year. This spring temp is what really kills us when it becomes into that liquid state. All that moisture gets down to those cracks, softens the subgrade, and then just creates potholes everywhere. And so a couple of the big sections that we're going to be doing this year is going to be Colorado, from Davis to Townsend. Of course, that's whole stretch is just lined with potholes. And then the other one is East Colorado from Pine to basically Alder. That is going to occur later this year, more towards October. So I will have to do some temporary patching there. And we're only delaying that because, as I'll get to the next project, we have some work that's going to go along that we don't want to overlay first, because then we'll just have to be doing it all over again.
Before you move on, Kyle.
Yeah.
So one thought I've had on this, I mean, obviously there's numerous factors, but a thing that I see is big like skid steer, I think might be that we use for snow removal, or grader, whatever the term
Grader,
is.
yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is functioning the whole winter long with big chains on there. Now, of course, those are necessary on the steep streets when it is slick, but then there's times when most of the snow is essentially gone. I don't know if there's any avenue or availability to tweak that program to not only use those when necessary, or, I mean, I can't imagine it is easy to get those chains on and off of those
Yeah.
tires.
About half
So-
a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And
perhaps, I'm just trying to think creatively, but perhaps it's too much of an ask to.
you're absolutely right. So we, when we train our staff, that is exactly one of the things we look at. This year has been tough because we've had warmer temperatures early on compared to last year. It's the equipment you can run all day if there's that ice buildup, you know, but that's something we don't want as well. But as soon as the sun comes out and softens up that pavement, you're absolutely right. Those chains can destroy the street. And so when that occurs, we limit to where the equipment can go. But it is a fine balance. You're absolutely right. We need to, the chains actually need to come off here.
Sure.
In the short term, because we're just seeing warmer temperatures.
Glad to hear you already.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you are too, because it does create havoc. And the key for the chains is, especially when you're trying to break ice, if you don't have any traction, those tires just spin and you can't actually pull anything.
We've all seen the videos coming down the hill.
Yeah. And then the other thing that we will be getting for the next season, we purchased the Arctic Shark for the skid steer, but then we'll be getting it for the grader. And so what that does is that'll break up the ice ahead of the grader, so then it can plow it. So it won't need that push to break. So less timing on the chains that will be required, and then less impact.
Great.
Because it's when those are spinning on dry pavement is when it just tears them up. Yeah.
And same approach for everything. An ounce of prevention equals a pound of cure. So trying to not create problems for ourselves down the road.
For sure. Yeah. Thank you.
I have a question just about, it seems like every winter, the roads just get destroyed. That it's like we pave them in the spring and then they get chewed up in the winter and then we're redoing this. Is that because would it be beneficial for us to start looking at a plan where we're like going all the way down to the road base and actually replacing the road base? And that's like this vision that we need to have versus like, and now this 2 blocks gets fixed again this spring.
And the long term, you're absolutely right. So, and this is such a fine balance because pavement is so expensive.
Yeah.
To where, say that we were to do that, just stop all operations, just focus on doing each street right. Because one of the major issues in this town is our pavement's only 3 inches thick. Colorado's a different story. They've thickened that up. And then the other is something we're hitting the contractors on, and SmartGov is helping us out doing inspections. But when I milled Pacific last year, every single trench that I hit was down to dirt, and that means they're only putting 1.5 inches back. And so now we're requiring inspections to prove that they're putting 5 inches back. So that's the new reg, is putting back 5. All streets should be, I use the 5-7-9 rule, 5 for residential, 7 for collector, 9 for arterials. We don't have any arterials here, minus maybe the spur in Colorado, but everything else should be really 5 and 7. And so now the contractors are required, when they cut into the street, they put back 5. Although yes, some of the other portions of the street are going to be less, but the intent is to eventually get everything to 5 inches, but it's going to take some time and money. The other thing that we'll be doing is introducing a crack seal program, because the worst enemy to pavement is water penetration. And so, as streets get alligatored, you'll see a little pothole where alligator just crack, spider cracking, water gets in there and you see that thing just spread. And so it's just trying to prevent that water from saturating the subgrade, softening the subgrade, because once that fails, then any loading will just start.
You just have a thin crust on top of nothing kind of, and it's like, break it through. Okay. I just hope that, we are looking toward that as our ultimate goal, and that the public knows that it's like, that's our vision, is that not to just repave these sections every season.
Yes. And then it's, small things that we're doing. We're looking at changing up the cross pans, flow pans that are crossing the street. Right now they're 3 foot. We're changing those to 6 foot, adjusting the slope, because you'll hit a couple that one scratches your bumper. But the other impact of that is when a vehicle hits that back of the vehicle, the impact, that's why you see all those potholes next to those cross sections, because of that dramatic dip causes that heavy loading on the rear axle, and it creates that. So,
and the difference in materials, because you've got concrete and you've got asphalt. It's not the same.
Yep. And so we're doing pavement thickening at those as well. So on Pacific, we put 8 inches back next to those cross pans, knowing that those are the high impact. So just trying to prevent from future coming back in a year, fixing those potholes.
So so the 579 is the industry standard for that depth. Did that change recently or?
It's been that for a while. The only place you'd ever see less, like 4 inches, is kind of the joke. It would be bike paths and church parking lots for some reason. That's where you see 4 inches. Yeah.
So the contractors that we hired to do this, that were only putting in 1.5 inches. That
Was
been addressed?
it has. So even when the 579 wasn't in place, 3 inches minimum was the rule. And so this just goes back to where not having the staff, I guess, where the contractor come put a skim coat, it looks great, right? Final inspection passes, CO gets issued. And then when, you go and mill it up, or you see it in a couple of years once warranty's up, you see that wasn't put back at the 3 inches, but it has been addressed.
Okay.
We have a utility meeting coming up. Tara, our town engineer, actually created a detail that goes with every permit so that the contractor looks and knows the expectations. The other one is, we're not allowing, especially on, it's recently paved streets where they can't just cut in a 2-foot trench, overlay it back, because every single one you put back, you're gonna feel like Pacific between Davis and Aspen. It's just that, that thud. And so it's required to use a mill and pave machine to actually put that back, because no one can do perfect handwork. The mill addresses it, so the pavement width goes beyond the length of a vehicle, so you're not filling it immediately with each axle. So we have some of those new requirements for contractors to establish, so it'll clean up the rideability when there are those utility cuts in the street.
I guess my question was really more that I assume we were actually paying for a 3-inch depth.
So I want to clarify something, that contractors that Kyle is talking about are not contractors that we hire that do these trenches. It is when there is a house or other building that is being developed and they need to go into the street to replace a tap or put in a new electric, etc. So they're hired by the development community, and then they get permits and we inspect what they do. So there's difference. What this milling, patching, and paving project is the town going in and repaving entire streets. And these streets have not been paved recently. They haven't been paved in many years, which is probably why they're falling apart, but they're also being cut by these trenches that, by developers. Is that clear?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, so it's the private side that we're trying to address.
Gotcha.
Those trenches,
Okay.
Yep, and then there's the franchise that we're gonna be addressing with utilities. Perfect example is just west here. You'll see a huge failed portion of the pavement, and it's within trench that was cut in probably several years ago, but it's, making sure they have compaction when they put back their trench, and then making sure they have the proper thickness as well.
Thank you.
Southwest area right-of-way improvements, we've gone through this one quite a bit. We're about at the 90% review stage. I know, Scott, do we have a plan? Well, I guess that's more for the accessibility ramps. I guess once we get to 90%, we'll be meeting up with staff, HOA, anyone that has that interest of that construction that will be starting here this summer. Initially, I think we'll be putting in some of the 10-foot walk from Mahoney to Davis, and then a critical component is the culvert crossing at Cornet Creek by the Viking Lodge. That is gonna really have to be installed before we can complete that project, and hopefully that'll occur during low flow towards the end of 2024. But this project will also be kicking off, which will really have a pretty big impact on traffic And so this one will all, I'm sure we'll all have our eye on it, but it'll be installing the 10-foot walk on the south side, remove and replace of the existing walk on the north side, some additional street lighting, culvert crossing at Cornet, and then a total streets concept on Davis from Pacific to Colorado, and then that temporary roundabout at Davis and Colorado, which will be just delineators and some striping to see if that concept will actually assist with traffic flows. So the bottom left-hand corner, that's kind of the roundabout concept. But again, that's just a pilot test, temporary things installed in the street to make that happen.
And for those listening, we're talking primarily about Pacific Avenue here from Mahoney to Davis. And I think in those discussions just yesterday with Cimarron and the Carhenge Chair 7 area, I think people are very excited about the concept of this separated bikeway finally along Pacific to get bikes off of Pacific riding the wrong way, as they're forced to do today, and really particularly improving our bike and ped safety through that critical corridor.
So these 10-foot roundabouts, those are those like, they're kind of silly, aren't they? I've seen them like in like Arvada, they have like them in their like residential areas.
Yes.
That's what this is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I agree, like, thank God it's only a pilot test and temporary, because the delineator concept just looks trashy.
And
It's not a good look.
it's, we have friends who have a home in Arvada where these are like everywhere, and they're, not my favorite. They're awkward to drive through. They're, you're like, is this a roundabout? But it's
Yeah.
really tight. So anyway, okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
and we'll,
Hopefully that doesn't become permanent.
we'll see if it addresses traffic flow and how the functionality of it works, and then additional striping to really, there's gonna be some hardships on there, because the temporary doesn't address the side slopes, it doesn't address the crosswalk. Elevation change for that culvert crossing there, but it'll at least give a painted picture if this concept will work or not. Next project is the sanitary sewer main line relocation project that starts at Colorado. And then it actually cuts through the Canyonland and heads down to South Tomboy Street and then down to Pacific. And the purpose of this relocation project is the existing sanitary sewer main goes underneath Telluride Lodge, which is an issue for maintenance. We actually went to scope that line this last year and we couldn't get through. So it is a big unknown what that existing sanitary sewer main is actually functioning or doing from, I guess, through the property of Telluride Lodge. So relocating this to where it's within the town's right of way is going to be an important project for the future. And so that project should be starting up here, I would say by early June, where we'll see that project going on, and it'll probably even tie in with some of the work that's going to be happening for the Southwest area project. This will be a removal and replace versus the trenchless technology. Will be down to about probably 12 feet below grade along Tomboy, and then tying into an existing manhole on Pacific.
What's the downtime for people that live at Telluride Lodge?
So they don't so everything will be functioning and bypassing. So again, no one will, they'll notice we're there because there's gonna be big equipment, but it won't be disruption to service. Because we'll have bypass unless something emergency happens, but they should be.
I live there, so I was just, that was
Yeah.
purely
Yeah.
self-serving.
We're gonna just pack the place with porta johns. We'll be good for.
Cool. Sounds awesome.
No, everything will be operating as existing.
Great.
Next one is the First Street Bridge deck replacement. I know anyone that's been on the river trail has possibly gone and walked along this bridge. This is really just to replace the existing surface infrastructure. The structural stability supports will remain in place, possibly widening it a foot on each side, but then also addressing some of those approaches that are pretty drastic for I wouldn't say everybody, but for small kids and accessibility. That project's about 30% design, and I'm hoping to have that one start July for starting to replace the existing decking on that.
And for that, there will need to be done, correct? There will,
Yeah, there'll be
most of the.
detour options, yes. So we won't just cut it off. We'll be looking at detour options. You're right. It'll be taking everything off to where it won't even be access across the river there. And then also addressing the lighting there. The lift stations, we had 3, now we have 4. Element 52 got added on to one of our lift stations as to maintain. And our biggest issue is the debris that's being flushed down the toilets and clogging the pumps, mainly what they're calling disposable towels as well as mop heads that are binding up these pumps. And so with these lift stations, we got to install new rails, baskets to collect the large debris.
People are flushing down the toilet.
I think it's those
like-
flushable white.
Well, but the thing is, they're flushable towels now, so like they're full-size towels that you can dry off and attempt to flush them down the toilet, but they make it down the toilet, but they land up in our pumps. And
Actual towels?
This is
besides having a camera in the.
what units it's coming from, right?
So this is the parks, and they have been doing awesome on putting up signs, do not flush. You know, they've been great on putting up those.
Element 52.
Oh, so Element 52's mop heads. Yeah, those are the mop heads. Yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah, so I've been to
This isn't saying, please don't do this for our convenience. This is like you are damaging public property by doing this.
yeah. And so Mountainside Inn, I visited a couple times and they've kind of denied that it's them. I've been working with Element 52. Alex has been great and he's showing their cleaning equipment that they use, and it's supposedly not coming from them, but yeah, it's full on mop heads that are making it down and plugging the pump. So yeah.
We're literally banning single-use plastics.
People are flushing.
And they're flushing towels and mop heads down.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's
Just absorbent things that are bulky.
Well, thank you for your work on that.
Yeah, so parks is our priority, just to get those baskets. So when you install the baskets on the rail, it'll at least capture that to where once a week we'll go by and pull that out of the basket versus it getting into the pump and plugging the pump.
Do we need to do like public outreach
Yeah,
or
I
something?
feel like there's a preventative thing that could help, but I don't know. I mean, it seems so ridiculous to begin with that I don't even know
Yeah.
there's a way to stop it from happening.
You think common sense, but yeah, it continues to
People have to
happen.
care.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's that.
Maybe make some art of all the things we pull out of the lift station. Getting close to the end, sorry. Colorado Avenue accessibility ramps. This is another big one that's gonna have some disruption on Main. The design concept we're working on is from Aspen all the way to Alder, but my focus this year is gonna be from Pine to Alder. And this is the bump out concept for the accessibility ramps. And you could imagine the detail that needs to go into these designs, because as you move out into the street and trying to establish that flow, this is going to be key to make sure that the contractor and grades are met. So it's going to take a lot of staff time to sit there and survey every pin along that flow line to make sure that that flows for those bump outs. But it's going to be a huge safety impact through Colorado. Honestly, it's just going to be, I believe it's going to be a great look. And then establishing some of the lighting at those intersections to assist with those crossings will be huge as well. And so we're at the 90% review for that as well. And then we'll go out to bid and we'll choose a qualified contractor and we'll get that started hopefully this summer to at least get, and we're just going to go intersection by intersection. We're not going to do this whole stretch and we'll be able to, I guess, cancel the contract if we are not comfortable with the contractor that does the first install. But the goal is to get this right, because this is critical not only for winter operations to make sure that things are flowing. We don't want to create additional ice rinks out there. And so I'm excited to get this program up and running, and then obviously addressing pedestrian traffic and making sure that we're not interrupting businesses. We'll have all that in play when we go to construction for this project.
Quick comment, as we've like been in the parklet conversation and parking's always a conversation. In your diagram in the top right, I see that this kind of like cuts off some parking spots there. Have we addressed how that's gonna affect people's parklets on the corners that we've already told them they could have?
Great question, and it eliminates illegally parked cars. So there's a stretch along every intersection that's typically painted yellow. This may cut off a half of a parking, but it doesn't go beyond that, these bump outs.
I mean, but even like a half of a parking spot, if someone has a parklet that they've already built and invested a lot of money in, how are we addressing that? And there's one corner that I think we're all aware of is kind of the parklet congested corner.
And yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
these are, because they're not supposed to have parklets in the yellow, right? It's a parking space that they're supposed to occupy.
Right, but you
Yep.
said that it might take up half a parking spot in some places.
For that transition piece, yes, yep. And I mean, it's, they're just gonna have to adjust, they're gonna have to shift, it's a new, if they shift it over, they're reconstructed every year, I don't see it being an impact on what they purchased to build, but they'll just have to shift if they were at the intersection. The other thing too, though, if they were that close, it's a sight vision issue that they shouldn't be that close to an intersection, because it blocks the visibility when you're trying to turn, look for traffic. So if they are that close, that was an issue in the first place.
I mean, they go to the edge of their building, they're like, yeah, so I'm thinking particularly on Pine in Colorado, especially where we have two parklets in a row in one case.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna,
Well, how far does this bump out go? Because they have to have those 4 feet.
Yeah, that's what I was
I mean,
thinking.
if this is just picking up that 4 feet and actually making it not a drivable area, that's a good thing. But is this, how far are these bump outs?
So they could be up to, I want to say they could be up to 15 feet from the intersection, which is, you're supposed to be 15 feet anyways for a parked vehicle or anything blocking the view of your basically turning radius. So worst case, it's gonna be sticking 2 feet beyond what our original expectation would be anyways. So.
I think that
yeah.
Ellen is bringing up a good point, like, we can't have one department saying your department's good, and then your department saying this should have never been approved. So can you just get with Ron, because he's taking part of the
Sure.
applications
'Cause-
now, and
yeah.
go over what this is gonna be, so that everybody knows what to expect, and then if we need to amend our rules again to allow people to be 4 feet over from the frontage of their store, because
I gotcha, yeah.
we took away that parking spot area, like, we need to be the first person to bring this up, not the parklets.
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point, because then the others,
It's better than
yeah.
me.
Right,
Yeah,
'cause then the
definitely
other
need-
businesses might be like, well, I don't want you in front of my spot.
Right, I mean,
And we did
went through
just
this whole
change it
process.
to where you're
Yeah.
not supposed to be in front of other businesses unless you have historic
Precedent.
approval.
Valid, yeah.
Yeah. I love this though. I don't want to be yes, but also just bringing up this concern.
Well, can't we,
Yeah.
I mean, we can determine where we're drawing the line from, that it doesn't have to be like where we could say from the edge of the block or however we want to measure, so that they could start their parklet right where that parking begins, right?
I think we need to just let staff work together to address this. Obviously, ADA compliance comes above all
And
else.
safety.
Yeah.
And safety. And so thank you so much for working with them to make sure that this works and our businesses are aware of what we're doing.
And that way no one gets surprised at the
Yeah.
last second. That'll
Yeah, I think
cause
this-
grief for everybody.
the sooner we can kind of figure out what the solution is, or if if maybe there's not a problem, but I kind of foresee maybe there being an issue on some corners. So I think the
Absolutely.
sooner we can start that conversation, the better the result will be.
I agree, and I'll wanna look too at, you know, cause if you have a parklet right there, and if it's blocking the visibility of the whole point, we're trying to allow traffic to see someone stand out. I wanna just look at that too, to consider for consideration, so, no, absolutely, I will follow up, with Ron and we'll take a look at where there might be some conflicts. Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question, actually, just in regards to safety? 'Cause do we have any plans or have we thought about any sort of moving light if somebody is in a crosswalk? I'm just thinking specifically, now that we're talking about parklets, about people in wheelchairs using those ramps next to a parklet and how they're gonna have any sort of line of sight, or people driving their vehicles are gonna have any ability to see.
Yes, so one of the design concepts is the lighting concept, the overall lighting concept for Maine.
Mhm.
So with every intersection, there's gonna be a new light installed at those locations.
Mhm.
But then we're gonna follow up in 2025 and really look at, okay, does this putting a light at the intersection now, is there like another light 15 feet away? We're looking for consistency, you know, spacing to make sure that consistent lighting concept throughout Main Street. And then the other thing we're looking at, where you have those mid-block ramps, is how do we establish lighting that can project, you know, through the whole stretch of that crosswalk. So we are looking at all that, from sidewalk lights that can project light in the street, as well as some overhead options to where that could be a concept too, to light up that crosswalk.
I just spent some time in Aspen and they've got a button you push when you're gonna cross and a flashing yellow light for pedestrian. Pedestrian is crossing right now, but it's not like a bright white light that many in our community like having a dark Main Street or dark town. What about, have you considered options like that?
We're really considering anything. So I know we don't want to introduce too many flashing lights, but we definitely should consider and look at, and the lighting design concept won't be going out until 2025. So now's definitely an opportunity for us to consider what would be the best option for these crossings.
And I have one last comment.
Yeah.
That 1/3 of this would be a ton of projects for the year, so.
Yeah.
Kudos on your department for being really ambitious. I could probably repeat back to you 5 of them right now that we just went through. Is it possible to make a page on Engage Telluride where we can have, as information about schedules come in, you could put up there, hey, this, you know, the sidewalk project is at this phase, we're gonna start this intersection on this day, or, you know, this is the day when we're gonna put the sock with the new lining through the tube at this location, and maybe like a map.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So it will live on, we already have such a thing. We have one for streets and construction. And it is, lives on our town website. So again, Engage Telluride is very much for like specific community engagement opportunities, but our town website should be the place for recurring information. So anyway, it lives on the town website. We're working with Lindsay to kind of hone that in a little bit
Yeah.
more and integrate.
It's a
all of this.
huge list, so.
Yeah.
Very excited, but it's a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, and then that's our intent, is anything that's gonna have a huge impact, you know, even from like the bike path, it's kind of what we did last year, is identifying, you know, if school is in session, understanding it's gonna be a delayed start, so we can allow, you know, the kids that ride their bike to school to get through, notifying the public that what work's gonna go on. Here's kind of the traffic control changes to, you know, your route along Colorado from Pine to Alder. We'll make sure that we're getting with the PIO and addressing that online, so people are aware of where we're having those interruptions. But you're right, it's gonna be a lot, because if it's on Colorado and Pacific to the bike path, it could be happening all at one time, so. And then this is just a laundry list of other things. If you see something you wanted to talk about, these are the other tasks that we have throughout the summer.
Yes, that's a
Um,
lot of work.
yeah, yeah, but we're excited. This is gonna be a huge year for us, and hopefully after this year, we can sit back and relax a little.
Yeah, I think overall, I would be surprised if there's ever been a year in Telluride where we had such an ambitious infrastructure and public works capital project season in front of us. So thanks to Kyle and the Public Works team for just all the hard work and planning behind this. We will obviously do our best to execute projects we put in front of you here today. And we know there'll be some level of headache and impacts to the general public as you know, as is the nature of capital projects on streets and so on. But we'll do our best to keep that at a minimum, keep communication strong. And I think you're seeing just from this administration, our push and of course with council's approvals, a real push on infrastructure and catching up for this community. And it'll be multiple years, and we will have to have some hard conversations this spring and summer as we lead up to budget and November ballots even of what our longer term funding strategies are to continue on this capital improvement programs and particularly wastewater treatment plant replacements. But just big kudos to Public Works for the ambitious work ahead here. And again, I think it's that all started with I think a really strong budgeting season back in the last fall. So thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, thank you. And big kudos to my staff that are supporting all this. Yeah.
Yeah, please thank them.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. We appreciate it. Any further questions for Kyle before he gets to get out of the hot seat?
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, we break for lunch. If everyone's good with that.
This is Tiffany Kavanaugh testing the microphone. Testing the microphone.
Oh, but maybe actually, 'cause I do like winter.
Scott, you ready?
We are ready.
Okay, great. All right, we're off of our lunch break and off to agenda item number 2, which is public comment. Please keep in mind, if you're in the room or on Zoom for public comment, you will be allotted 5 minutes of time. And then please state your name and where you live for the record. And if you're in the room for public comment, please make sure you are speaking loudly into the microphone. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing nobody in the room for public comment. Tiffany, do you have anyone on Zoom with their hand raised? I don't think so. Great. Seeing no public comment, we're going to move on to item 3, presentations, proclamations. Item 3B is introduction of a new street crew supervisor. It is CJ White, and we have Lynn White here for that.
Out yesterday and today, I'm Tara Ogren.
Thank you, Tara.
Thanks. And I'd like to introduce CJ White.
Hello.
CJ White is here. He's our new streets and utilities crew supervisor. CJ has 26 years of construction related experience. 11 plus years were at our local Telluride travel. So CJ has great related experience on our streetscapes projects and on our much needed water and sewer replacements and repairs. So CJ is a valuable new member to our public works team.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
And then item C3 is the introduction of our new equipment operator, Elijah Hogue.
Elijah. This is Elijah Hogue. Eli has a related experience from Telski or Telluride Ski Resort and the town of Mountain Village. Eli is a valuable addition to our streets crew and public works team. And Eli's official title is heavy equipment operator.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tara. And I just want to say, Mayor, thanks to our HR department who just puts a lot of work into recruiting and as always, and these 2 positions, these 2 gentlemen are just really critical positions to the town, and we love the background and experience. So welcome to the team. Glad to have you here.
Great. Moving right along. Appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, March 25th, 2024 for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, April 2nd, 2024. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Ethics Commission, 2 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Parks and Recreation Commission, these seats are being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, that's a town resident. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. And then we also have a county one in there too, don't we? And then there's 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term for a county resident. For the current board openings, please note that the town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And for the Parks and Recreation Commission openings, we have Piper Miller here to discuss it.
Thank you. So this might be a little confusing for you guys, and I've tried to spell it out in the memo, but I'm going to explain it some more. So the the regular seat vacancy and the 2 alternate seat vacancies, 2 of those are incumbent people who are applying for a new term. Jesse Pekala holds a regular seat since May of 2018, and Ryan Higgins has served in an alternate seat since March of 2022. And then we also have 2 new applicants to this board. Hope Logan, who is a town resident, and Jessica Blount, who is a county resident. So my recommendation tries to explain it, but Ryan Higgins is a county resident. Should he be reappointed to his alternate seat today, both county seats on the board are filled, meaning that the remaining alternate seat vacancy must be filled by a town resident. And that is Hope Logan. But that's your discretion to decide, of course. And I believe that we have all of the applicants here with us. I know I saw Hope. And please ask me any questions you may have.
Is everyone clear on kind of that process for? Great. And you said they're all here, either Zoom or,
I know Hope is here.
guys, I see Hope, she's hiding back there.
Maybe we-
Sorry, I didn't see you.
Apparently Jessica is not online and maybe the others are. I don't see them. Oh.
Okay. Hope, is there anything you'd like to come up and add about your application? You're more than welcome to come up and say a few words.
My name's Hope. I came to Telluride as a Mayor for Vista. I live in town. I'm hoping to provide a different perspective to Parks and Rec. I work at a nonprofit. I work at Mountain Dome. I've worked at Tri-County Health Network. I'm a one-to-one mentor, and I also serve on a ecology commission. So yeah, I feel like I have my hand on the pulse of what's going on in town, and I feel like different groups' needs, and I feel like I could serve as a responsible committee member, mission member that would provide different perspectives.
Thank
Great.
you for applying.
In town, so
She would be the only
town,
female on the
sometimes
board.
It's kind of.
And then does any council member have questions for Hope? Okay. Piper, do you have anything to add? We don't have Ryan or Jessica.
The only thing I would add that in the recommendation, I pointed out that Jesse Pekala and Ryan Higgins, if they're reappointed, their terms would be effective March 22nd. And the other alternate seat vacancy would be effective immediately.
Got it.
Thanks.
Any further discussion on this? We have Ashley as our Parks and Rec liaison, if she wants to chime in. I have experience if anyone wants an opinion from my term on it as well.
I would just say that, trying to mix up the demographic of that board is I think a priority for all of us, just because it's been a little similar for a little while. So I think that, looking to either have the addition of Jessica or Hope would be great. So that would be my only input. Teddy, you want to say anything?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that diversity, and it looks like, one way or the other, we're going to get some diversity. So that's a good start for us. My experience as the past chair and a longstanding member of that commission is that, both Jesse and Ryan have done a good job, and they both have different kind of perspectives. They especially athletic wise, they both play in a variety of things. Ryan kind of represents a little bit more of the younger generation, which is a good thing. And Jesse will be holding up the rear with a newborn and bringing that perspective. And I also want to say, it's great to have Hope here, and it sounds like she understands Telluride really well. And Jessica has kids that are in the hockey program and use the park as well. So it's always hard for us to make decisions on when you have to pick one over the other, but they're all They're all qualified and I think that, you know, it's a good problem for us to have. Pending no, further discussion, unless someone wants to have it, I would entertain, a motion.
I move to reappoint Jesse Peccola to a regular seat on the Parks and Rec Commission for a 2-year term effective March 22nd, 2024. To reappoint Ryan Higgins to an alternate seat on the commission for a 2-year term effective March 22nd, 2024. And appoint Hope Logan to an alternate seat on the commission for a 2-year term effective immediately.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Mian and a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes. Eva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes unanimously. Hope, congratulations. And then we'll just say for the record for Jess Blunt, please stay in tune with what we're doing in Town Park, and we'd love to see you apply in the future. And again, it's great to have choices. Moving on in the agenda, item number 5 is the consent calendar. We have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I actually would like to talk about minutes if I am able to. I have a comment.
Sure.
So my comment is on the vote for the recusal, I feel like in our minutes, there isn't clarification about what that was for. So I would just ask that we could add some clarification to, is the recusal limited to the litigation or is it broader? And if it is, what is the scope of that?
Okay.
We'd need to see the language, the specific language that was used for the motion.
Exactly right. And Kevin, you
I mean, you have to go with what the motion stated. And I think we have that verbatim in the minutes on page 57. I wanted to take a look at. Let's take a look.
it says that the motion to
Yeah.
call for the recusal of council member Ashley Story von Sprecken around executive session item 1A Diamond Ridge.
The one area where there's a line where it says clerk's note, councilperson Story von Sprecken recused herself at that time due to a conflict of interest. If the full council agrees, that's where I could insert something, specify what that conflict of interest was. But as far as the motion goes, that was as stated.
So I guess just clarification on that, because during the discussion, it seems to be that there's still some murkiness about what that was.
And then is the question whether or not it was based on the litigation and a potential or perceived financial benefit or familia relationship, with both of those or something different. I'm just trying to get clarity of what you're asking for specifically so we can discuss it without throwing a dart at the wall.
Yeah, so the question is the recusal specific to the litigation or is it broader?
So if I can just comment. So agenda item 1A, and that's what it references, agenda item 1A. That citation included all the litigation citations as well as the discussion on the property aspects. But I didn't make the motion. I don't.
I guess I have a question for you, Kevin. I mean, the minutes themselves, I mean, it's a reflection of what actually occurred. I'm a little hesitant to add context into something that occurred, to be totally honest. If we're looking to kind of color in the lines a little bit, I feel a little uncomfortable doing that within the course of the minutes. I think if this is a conversation we need to have, I think it needs to be separate from the minutes themselves, because I think this is taking it out of this sort of item that
It just seems like if it was an action item that was voted on by our council, that we should have clarity about what was voted on. So it seems like we shouldn't need to do that. It should be a fairly simple question to answer, I guess is my point. And I don't feel like I have clarity about it. Like, I'm unclear sitting here. So that was my question to everyone in the minutes. It didn't, again, reading that, I didn't feel like it gave a full encapsulation. Like if I'm sitting here asking, what was she recused from? What was the conflict that was cited? Based on our minutes, I have a hard time trying to determine that.
So I made the motion. At the time, I was viewing it, you know, I want to be deliberate and I want to take these concerns of yours very seriously and think about them. My recollection of when I made that motion was that it was in specific regards to that executive session. Now, I will say the reasoning behind that call for a recusal, I think, is applicable beyond just that executive session, where, as was stated in testimony prior to that vote, you have direct financial holdings in an LLC, multiple LLCs, if memory is serving me, that were a party to a lawsuit against the town. I'm just speaking for myself here. The primary basis for my belief that you should recuse yourself on that issue is that so you don't get multiple bites at the apple. As you were arguing, and from my recollection, I wasn't prepared to necessarily discuss this today, but my recollection is that you were arguing that this is part of your rights to participate around this issue. And the way I viewed it then and view it now as well was that, you know, there were separate processes set up and you don't necessarily get to engage in both of those processes simultaneously, both the legal action against the town of Telluride, which is your right to do certainly, as well as participating as a representative of the town that is also being sued. And that was the core factor. There's also the close personal relationship. I'd have to look at our ethics code to get the exact wording there, but I believe you know what I mean, the
Well, you don't
ties
have
to your
to,
family.
yeah, you don't have to worry about that because it's me
Yeah.
personally.
Yes.
You don't have to worry about ties because I'm in
But
the
I-
same position.
But you know, that added to
Sure.
my logic behind your need for recusal around all of this item into the future is my opinion.
So do you feel then that the recusal was for litigation and any discussion of Diamond Ridge forward, period?
The motion I made was in regards to that executive session, but if we feel that we need to have a vote on this in the future, I will also make a similar motion and make it more forward-looking and binding.
And we can, we can certainly figure out if we need to clarify this, and if this topic comes up in subsequent discussions, we can, not only be better prepared for it, but determine it with a specific circumstance. It's a little difficult to kind of have, almost a hypothetical. If it's helpful, to even just have people's thoughts of whether or not we think this recusal was specific to this lawsuit or more general recusal request, or decision, I'm happy to have that too. But I know Geneva had her hand up.
I think that motion was about this specific executive session, and I remember you asking, does this need going forward? And we didn't really answer that.
Correct.
So I think that, like, if you are going to want to participate in future executive sessions about Diamond Ridge as like an overall topic, we're gonna have to debate it at that time when we get there. I don't think that this is like automatically through the future for everything. I imagine we would revisit, but I don't think we should change the minutes because they are exactly for session item 1A, which was a very specific thing. And, clearly we're going to discuss again.
Okay, like I said, I still felt unclear about it, so I just wanted to, I don't know if there's a way for us just to put a note in that, or if we want to leave it, but that, again, it was just felt like I walked away from that still not feeling like I understood like what had happened, and I can't imagine that I was the only person.
And so Kevin, in that circumstance, and anything, and not specific to Ashley and not specific to Diamond Ridge, if there's an ongoing topic and someone feels that they're, you know, there's a recusal discussion and they make a decision, yes or no, and something different happens in a subsequent meeting, we have the ability to discuss it again. Or is it, you know, I mean, I think we need a little legal direction for this. You know, because obviously with council, and if we're going to discuss recusals, you know, we can, but trying to be, you know, fair, do we have new information to rediscuss it? How, you know, what's the legal interpretation?
Yeah,
from you?
I'd make a couple points on it, Mayor. One is the ethics code's pretty clear that the decision is final. It doesn't say it's final for 6 months and then you revisit it. Doesn't say that it's for a temporal period of time. If there's some argument that there's something new, something that has changed that results in a reconsideration of it or reexamination of that conflict of interest, I think it's incumbent to understand what that new information is. On this issue, I would point out everything we were looking at was the relationship that was started by the parties back in May of 2022, and had existed all the way through basically December when the first recusal happened, and nothing necessarily had changed from that point until the vote in February, except for the new information that came out as to the express ownership interest that I think the council member enjoyed in 3 of the LLCs that were directly plaintiffs in the litigation.
Sure. Can I clarify something a little bit on this, though? So a 106 appeal as filed is an appeal on process based on the actions taken by a governing body. When you file these types of lawsuits, you cannot seek damages. So me, whoever, Joe sues the town and county for actions taken. There's no, repercussion that they can receive any sort of like compensation for that. And anyone in the public can file a 106 appeal. It doesn't have to be that there was something intentionally done to you. So when I previously recused myself, it was because I did have familial or business relationships of people that were actively involved in the lawsuit. My opinion was at the time that because they were subject to legal fees for their own lawyers going forward, that would constitute a financial interest to end lawsuits and whatnot. And then obviously, once those plaintiffs and stuff were removed from the lawsuits, there's no action that can be given to them to recuperate legal fees or anything like that. So that's why I felt at that time, because these plaintiffs, myself included, were no longer listed as plaintiffs on the filings, that's why I felt like now there's nothing that could benefit me or anyone else in these filings. They've been resolved. The courts ruled in favor of our appeal and found that there was actions taken by the county that would result in the rezone of the property being rezoned back to its original state. And again, we can't then come and say, now you need to give us money for our legal fees. It's done. So that's again why I feel like the idea that in and of itself creates a personal interest. To say that I was interested in something is true. Of course I was a member of this lawsuit, but there's no financial or anything that can happen as a result of it. It's already done. So that's why I felt like there had been something that had changed from when I initially recused to the time last month. So there was a change in that I was no longer responsible for legal fees, or anyone that I was associated with was responsible for paying lawyers to continue the lawsuit.
And I don't necessarily know that this is the time to re-argue this matter. I think there were other things that were stated, I think very specifically, and I don't have it in front of me, but just that, our ethics code does have a section that specifically talks to the appearance of. And so while I appreciate your argument and I appreciate the counterpoint argument, I do believe that it's something that we need to save if and when this comes up again.
Sure.
I think that that's the appropriate time to be discussing that, and not necessarily, because I think the minutes do stand as to what happened. The minutes don't go into the explanation as to the why of what happened. It is literally just what actually occurs. And I think that they should stand as such.
But if and when Diamond Ridge is an executive session, and if you do believe that, you know, that you don't have a conflict and another council person does believe that you do, I think at that point we can readdress it, and we may just have to readdress it every single time until something changes. And I think that that's probably what makes the most sense from a process perspective. It makes me a little uncomfortable that we really are starting to like delve off of our agenda onto a topic that we didn't agendize.
That's fine. I just felt like the minutes weren't.
That's fine. So Kevin, I want to basically see if this is the appropriate way to move forward on this, because challenging in minutes is new for me, even back to the Parks and Rec days. Is that, can it be as simple as the council votes or straw polls to say, yes, we want to discuss changing the minutes and reflecting that, or we stand by our minutes and move on?
Yeah, so a couple points. One, it's been removed from the consent agenda, so the discussion right now is appropriate. I am a little concerned that we are moving into more detail than just the minutes and kind of a recitation or a basis for the action that occurred, which is substantiated in the minutes. So I think focus on the minutes.
Yep.
If there is an amendment that someone wants to offer to approval of the minutes, then that amendment would have to be specific. And it would, of course, then also have to have a second. And then you would have an independent vote on that motion with the amendment.
Got it.
Yeah.
And now would that come from Dan since he made the motion originally, or anyone could make that motion, just to be clear?
Well, let's make sure we don't have a motion on this, right?
No,
No.
Yeah, we had a motion on the parks issue, the Parks and Rec issue. We don't have a motion on the minutes, as I recall.
Anyone can make that motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to be clear, I wasn't trying to start a rehashing. I just wanted there to be clarity.
I think it was a reasonable question, and I think we have a reasonable answer, which is that at least three of us think that the minutes stand as they are, and if somebody wants to make a motion to make a change, they can, and we'll vote on it.
That's right. And I'll move it ahead and say, is anyone willing to make a motion to amend the minutes from our last meeting?
I move to approve the minutes from, date now,
220.
February 20th, 2024 as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, no.
Teddy, yes. It is approved with one person dissenting. Moving on to item 5B, because Kevin, we have to separate the consent calendar now.
Yeah, you can still have a consent calendar motion now for 5B alone.
It's the same thing, right? So
Same thing.
just, do we have a motion for an approval of a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, adopting an amendment to the fee schedule?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Mian. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. That is approved unanimously. Moving on, item number 6, public hearing. There's no public hearing, so we'll go on to item number 7, action items. Consideration 7A, consideration of a resolution to ratify a 5-year agreement between the town of Telluride, a municipal corporation, and Bruin Waste or Recovery Services for residents, commercial entities, and town government facilities. And we have Karen Guglielmone here to take this item forward.
Hello and good afternoon. Thank you for making time for this item. Today, I'm here before you to pursuant to the Telluride Municipal Code, see whether town council wishes to ratify a 5-year contract with Bruin Waste Management for resource recovery services within the town of Telluride. And so the memorandum, it goes through the selection process, which was an open bid process that met all the requirements of the procurement code. Sitting on that selection committee were town council person Mian Fee and town council person Ellen 11, myself, Darren Graber, Ashley Samuelson from the Finance Department, and Zoe Denal. We received 2 bids. There were 3 contractors that showed up to our pre-bid meeting. We received 2 bids that were submitted. And upon looking at the 2 bids and discussing the merits of each, the unanimous decision of the subcommittee was to recommend to town council that a contract be awarded to Bruin Waste Management. And so for your information, after doing this all these years, I think this is my 20th year of doing resource recovery contracting in front of town council. I have a table that talks about what our current rates are and compares it to the winning bid and the difference between those numbers. If you look at table 1 in this memorandum, you'll note that there were very, very small increases in price considering the last contract was a 5-year contract. And there were some, and I will point those out, some larger increases, particularly for a 3-yard dumpster for recyclables and the 3-yard corrugated cardboard dumpster. Those on an annual basis would be substantially increased compared to the residential recycle numbers. And so I don't know if you have any questions, concerns. I will point out that the contract that was attached to this memorandum has some, it always happens when you go through it, the gremlins come in somehow. But there are some typographical errors that would need to be cleaned up and some strange wording on some things, but no substantive changes would need to take place. I know that with us today, Chris Trosper and Rob with Bruin Waste are here to answer questions as well if you have any regarding the upcoming contract. One other item that I want to bring up because folks may bring it up to you all. The single-use plastics ban, along with that came the HB 22-1355, the Producer Responsibility Program for Recycling Act, which the state of Colorado is currently in the process of putting a new program together. The question came in whether we should sign a 5-year contract for resource recovery services that include recycling when we know this is coming down the pike. Rereading that, what's actually happening at the state level and what is in that act, I believe there's not going to be any changes that will have to be enacted during the term of this contract, probably in 2029, the next contract. Some will have a better idea of how the state will be implementing its recycling initiative and how that may be affecting recyclers as well as these types of contracts. So it's just a little too soon to tell. And so my professional opinion is this is not going to affect this contract at all.
Could we just ask, because there, like you mentioned, there are those 2 large numbers that are going up. Is there specific reasons why, or, is that just the way it is? Was it underperforming for years, or anyone want to chime in?
I think that's a question for Chris.
Yeah, so I think that they were, if I remember correctly, they were older stale prices, maybe not correct in the original contract, and they just got caught and we adjusted up. But with that too, recycling, markets are down and it's just becoming more expensive to perform those services.
Okay.
Are there any further questions for Karen or the Bruin team? Would entertain a motion.
I move to pass the attached resolution ratifying an agreement between the town of Telluride and Municipal Corporation and Bruin Waste Management LLC, a Colorado limited liability company for resource recovery services for residents, commercial entities, and town government facilities for the period of May 1st, 2024 through April 30th, 2029.
I second.
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes unanimously. While you're sitting there in the hot seat, Karen, we'll go on to 7B.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming. Consideration of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, setting the rate schedule for residential and commercial curbside resource recovery services.
Based on the previous affirmative vote for the 5-year contract, this can move forward. This explains basically that Telluride acts, the government acts as an intermediary. We arrange this contract so we make sure everybody has access to these resource recovery services throughout the town. And so let's say somebody up on, the top of what's the steepest street? Oh,
Willow.
Spruce Street, Willow, that because it's difficult to get there, they wouldn't get service. And it makes sure that some of the more important sustainability issues of the town are observed throughout town without essentially cutting out the other waste providers. Waste management, which is now called WM, still functions around town. As we know, Dirty Sturdies is working and building a business on composting around town. So this contract does not preclude that. But because we are an intermediate on this contract, years ago, the town determined to add an administration fee for time spent at the finance staff to act and bill in our utility billing for these services. So Bruin Waste Management does not bill directly to customers. The town of Telluride does. And so that's why in the budget, you have your expenses versus revenues. And there's a difference there. Your revenues are slightly higher because of the administrative fee that's associated with administering this contract. So it came up during the subcommittee meetings that we have not raised the administrative services fee for probably over 10 years. And that perhaps council would like the opportunity to consider that. And that is why in this memorandum, I have provided 2 different resolutions and 2 different options. One is maintain the current fee structure, and those numbers are provided to you in that resolution. And that is for your basic services. Let's say you have a 96-gallon refuse container. Your admin fee on an annual basis is essentially $39. Yep. And then the alternate is increasing by 6%. That would be less than 1% per year since it's about basically 0.5% per year. Since the last time we've raised this, which is obviously not in keeping with inflation, et cetera, thought that was modest considering all of how much all of the other fees and rates are going up. And so I think that we'd like to hear what you'd like to do on the administrative fees. And if you have questions about the administration, Finance Director Kaylee Renta is here to help answer those questions because that's outside of my world. But how would you like to proceed?
I think you explained it very well. So thank you for that. And I think it's just as simple as, council asking questions and having a discussion if we feel that our costs have increased for staff time to do this, or we want to keep it the same for the locals. And I think the first thing to do is see if any council member has questions for either Karen or Kaylee.
I would love to know if administering this program takes a lot of staff time. I mean, it's online now, which it didn't used to be 10 years ago, maybe, when the last time we upped the admin fee, is that right? You said 10 years ago? was the last time we upped the admin fee. And since, in that last 10 years, we have, so that means we were mailing out bills, cashing checks, and now we have it online. So I'm wondering if that has actually improved and we don't really have a lot of time suck for staff working on these, or if it's still a big part of your day.
Oh, it's still pretty time consuming for this part of it. We receive the bill all in paper, so it's going through that kind of line by line and making sure that everything matches up and adding any additional fees that occurred throughout that month, the month prior.
Can we put in our contract with Bruin that we would like for them to not bill us for every single thing
They
by
have,
paper? Is that what I'm?
yeah,
They're
that their
they're
system,
mailing
they're
the
moving
town-
on to an electronic system as well.
Okay.
So,
But
but
you
still have
right
to
now you get
verify
2,000
between the two.
bills a month. 2,000.
A stack of paper with it. Yeah, not each one is billed out separately, but.
But it sounds like regardless, even if that came in electronically, it would require man hours to filter.
Verify.
Yeah.
And the cost of staff obviously
I
has
was
gone
gonna
up
say,
by an
I would hope
hour,
that we've
yeah,
given
so.
staff raises.
Just hoping that it imported in.
That would be really nice.
One can hope.
We'll work on it.
The garbage billing fairy.
And that's done
Um,
monthly, so the switch to the monthly billing, that has always been done monthly, so the switch to monthly billing doesn't change this part of it at all.
Any further questions from council?
Seems like 6% is very reasonable over considering that there hasn't been any change in 10 years. So.
Then I would,
I wish that we were doing 1% or, 0.5% increments every year to make it less, shocking to do it all at once. Is that something that we want to look at about doing an annual adjustment on this? Or I don't know. It seems like waiting 10 years and then doing a 6% just seems maybe no, okay.
I mean, it's at your discretion. In terms of the amount of work, you'd still have to then reprogram the change in fee into the Cassell system. And so there's work in all these items.
and maybe it's something we can discuss every 5 years or something, a little bit sooner, but we also have a kind of a subcommittee that reviews contracts and things of that nature that can always bring it up too. I know
And-
me and Eleanor, you're on it. Is that a fair?
It would be helpful also, I mean, to get some direction. We've never had direction about increasing this fee on a regular basis, or even when we come up, is like we would expect, or it would be reasonable for town council to expect when this contract comes up, that the fee would go up 0.5% per year for the, something like that. We felt a C in drafting this memo because of that. We just didn't have direction. We had never discussed it.
I mean, I think general direction, and maybe this is just more just overarching, at least for staff, is we'd love to see any increases be annual versus hitting everybody with these larger increases. We've seen it with rent in some of our properties. We've seen it with this, these invoices. And I think, our community just wants to be able to budget appropriately and manage their own personal finances in a way that is maybe a little bit smoother. So I would say, at staff direction and staff discretion, to make this as easy as possible for the people that live here is what we'd like to say. I can make a motion.
That'd be great.
I move to approve a resolution of the town of Telluride, Colorado, setting the rate schedule for the resource recovery services as described in the previously approved agreement between the town of Telluride and Bruin Waste Management, plus an administrative fee as shown in Exhibit B of the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Teddy, yes. Passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Moving on to item 7C, consideration of introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, approving the de-annexation of parcel D of Sunset Ridge at Telluride, a planned community. And we have Kevin Geiger here, and we see Jimmy Mahoney working his way up to the hot seat as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start an introduction to this agenda item 7C. It's Kevin Geiger, Town Attorney. You know, every once in a while, you come across an issue that you haven't encountered in your practice, and this is one of them. I have never handled a de-annexation, or what is also called a disconnection of land from an incorporated town. That is what is before town council today, and let me explain a little bit of the background on this. And as you mentioned, Mr. Mahoney is here as well. Mr. Mahoney represents the applicant landowner on this matter, and I'll give a brief introduction and then maybe turn it over to Mr. Mahoney. So I have provided to you a detailed memorandum on this issue. You'll find that at page 101 in your packet materials. There is an ordinance that has been drafted as well. You'll find that at page 104. And then Mr. Mahoney's 10-page application, you'll find at page 108 of your materials. I've also included the Colorado law provisions on this, but I'll go through those in a little more detail without going through the full 2 to 3 pages of that document. So we have an issue with a specific parcel of property. That parcel is entitled Parcel D of the Sunset Ridge Planned Community. It's a fairly small parcel, about 1,200 square feet in size. At the widest northern point, it's about 19 feet across, and then north to south at its longest, about 87 feet north to south. A little background on this information, and I'll just intro it, and then maybe Mr. Mahoney can later give you a little more detail on the discrepancies that have come up. But starting with some surveys in 1979, another survey in 1984, and then a more recent survey in 2002, various assumptions as to where the eastern boundary of the lot to the west of this parcel D, and that's called lot 37B. There were various assumptions by different surveyors over the years as to where that property line existed. We think now there's a more accurate survey line that has been accepted, and the consequence of that new survey line, as I understand it, basically places a portion of what people thought was 37B and improvements that were made on 37B into parcel D of Sunset Ridge. And the reason that's important for the town is parcel D is located in the town of Telluride, and lot 37B is located in the unincorporated portion of San Miguel County. So there was an annexation of Sunset Ridge back in 2004. And I guess, or I gather by what I've been able to determine, that there was an issue, some issue with parcel D and that exact line back when this annexation occurred. That's one of the reasons I think the creation of parcel D occurred in the first place. But nevertheless, the property owner now is, I think, realizing some pretty concrete issues and concerns with having improvements that they believe they own and have a right to, crossing over from one parcel that they definitely own to another parcel that was owned by the HOA and is also located in the town of Telluride. To clear up some of those issues, Mr. Mahoney and his client, they did work with Sunset Ridge HOA, and they did acquire title to parcel D. So now the two parcels are owned by one entity, and what they're asking you to do is to de-annex it from the town of Telluride, and then subsequently, I imagine, rather soon, should the de-annexation move forward, they would approach San Miguel County and try to have a merger of those two lots, parcel D and 37B, into one lot that would be owned by the one entity, and we presume most, if not all, the title issues would be resolved at that point in time. Couple things I want to raise for your review on this. One is Colorado law provisions. Let's just go through those real quickly because, again, we don't see this every day. There is a specific statute on that. I've provided that statutory framework to you, and that statutory framework begins in the packet at page 118. But let me give you some review notes on it as well. First is any disconnection or de-annexation has to occur by ordinance, so 2 readings of an ordinance to town council. This would be your first. Your second would be at your April meeting. Detailed legal notices have to be provided to a number of entities, but most particular, the Board of County Commissioners of the county, the entity that would be receiving the land back if there's a de-annexation, and then any special districts that also have jurisdiction over the land. I understand Mr. Mahoney has provided those legal notices as required by state law. And I also understand that he had a meeting, or maybe he and his client had a meeting with San Miguel County. And I think he's prepared to give you an overview of that discussion that occurred about a week to 2 weeks ago. You need to make a determination if you want to move forward with this. And the standard of review for your determination is whether the best interest of the municipality will not be prejudiced by the disconnection of such tract. We feel, again, this is a fairly small piece of property. The impact of it being disconnected or de-annexed from the town is rather minimal. And then there are some very detailed filings that need to occur, principally by the town clerk, to demonstrate compliance and then the formal act of de-annexation or disconnection. And those are called out in the memorandum as well. So that is the ordinance that's in front of you. I do have one discrete issue that I think we probably need to spend a little more time on, and it probably needs a little specific discussion. I have it available for display on the monitor here. We had included a section 4 in the ordinance, and you might want to take a look at that section. We were originally aware of what we thought was an undefined pedestrian easement across parcel D. When I wrote the memorandum on this issue on Wednesday, we didn't have that actual easement. We just had the map. You may remember there's a map that you were provided. Second, it's that one without the highlights on it. But that map shows easement areas, and it showed an undefined pedestrian easement. If we can blow that up, maybe, Tiffany, just a little, please.
5-foot pedestrian.
Yeah.
Easement.
So there's an undefined reference to it for parcel D. And then for lot 13, which is that lot there with that more narrow flagpole going up, a 5-foot wide access, pedestrian access easement. Well, we were able to determine, thanks, Jim, you helped us find it pretty quickly, that there actually was an easement agreement when the annexation occurred in 2004. And it's a little broader than what we first thought. We first thought it was just an encumbrance on parcel D. It turns out it's a vehicular and pedestrian access easement for parcel A. Parcel A is defined and highlighted here as the 2 different driveways coming in, or the public roads coming in. Parcel D, which we knew was encumbered by the easement. And then, as I mentioned, the western 5 feet of lot 13, that's depicted there. And again, in that more narrow stretch of highlighted areas north of parcel D. And if anyone needs an orientation, I can specifically call out those areas. So we now have that formal legal document. And previously we were recommending a blanket vacation of that pedestrian and vehicular access easement. That's no longer our recommendation right now. If we did that, the public access easement through Sunset Ridge Drive, south and north, and also across lot 13 would have been vacated, I think without intent. And I think we'll talk a little bit about what you might want to think about with that pedestrian access easement. So if we're gonna narrow this down, you could do a couple things. You could pass an ordinance that would amend the current language in section 4, and we have some language that could be specifically tailored to this. You may want to take a little bit more time and work with some of the property owners out there. We did discover some things when we looked at some of the pictures, and maybe we can draw those up and I can kind of walk council through this with some of the pictures that I took last night, which might be helpful on this issue. And it's that PDF, Tiffany. Yeah. Then I might just scroll through it. Hold on, Mayor, this may take a second. Okay, and I'll orient you to some of these pictures just so, and hopefully this won't take more than about 2 to 4 minutes to kind of orient you to this. This is a picture taken basically at the hammerhead at the far western edge of South Sunset Ridge Drive, looking west, and that's the building in question on 37B, excuse me. Oh, there we go. This is now looking almost due south from that same location. You can actually see some survey markers there. I believe that survey marker delineates the boundary between lot 1, which is owned by the town of Telluride, and then parcel D to the west or to the right in the image that you're looking at. Now moving down to the edge of this railing to the south. This is a kind of makeshift, I mean, it's not makeshift, but it's not a clearly traversable rock wall, although it does lead to a gravel pathway. And you can just see in the upper left-hand corner, that's the paved surface of the spur of Colorado Avenue. So again, everything that I just took previously is off to your right in this picture. Now I'm looking back, we're still above, and you can see there's quite a bit of vertical relief there, probably 6 feet from the edge of the western edge of Sunset Ridge Drive south to parcel D and 37B to the left in this picture. Next image is actually in that area. You can see again the improvements and then the vertical relief. And then this is where it starts getting a little bit more particular, and I think you may want to think a little bit more about how to handle this. This is showing, I believe, the northern edge of parcel D, where parcel D starts to abut lot 13. If you look at that map, and those survey markers, I believe, delineate that. We see a fence that's been erected on the western edge of lot 13. I'll show you another view of it right there. And then I look back coming from the north to the south. It appears that that fence has been erected right on that property line between lot 13 and the unincorporated portion to the west. And that 5-foot pedestrian access easement appears to have been fenced off, barricaded off. I don't know exactly. I think we need to do a little more research on this. And there may actually be some continued utility to try to maintain that pedestrian access easement. I wasn't around with the town when this happened in 2004, but what I can gather, and I talked to Public Works a little bit about this, is there was some notion that they wanted to keep open a means of pedestrian access to get from Sunset Ridge Drive south here over to the next road, which is basically Pilot Knob Lane and the Gold King Eider Creek subdivision. So right now, for a variety of reasons, some physical, some constructed, that easement area appears to be challenged. So you can either, again, look at addressing it today in some fashion, or maybe we want to just table that and handle the de-annexation, and we come back and look at the pedestrian access issues later. I don't know exactly what to recommend, but I need to point it out to you, because our recommendation previously in section 4 was to vacate the entire pedestrian easement area. So I think with that overview, that was a bit more than I was planning to talk, but I think with that overview, I am prepared to answer any questions you might have, Mr. Mayor.
Great, Kevin, thank you so much. We can either ask Kevin any questions now, or we can hear from the applicant's counsel, Mr. Mahoney. Jimmy, you want to add anything to add? And
I mean, Kevin was very thorough in his presentation there, so I don't have a lot to add. I guess I'll touch on the pedestrian easement just because that's kind of probably the one that you guys probably have more questions about, and how to look at that. And I was wondering if we could look at that photo that shows kind of that dirt path that towards the, and you can see the pavement of the highway there.
That one.
Yeah, that one there. That dirt path, my clients actually, before that gravel area was bouldered off, they used to park right there. And that's where all the access to that building was kind of historically from. Since that's been blocked off, they do have parking in the rear, and now they come down the steps and into their to their building. And so those concrete steps and that stuff was there around 2002. At least that's the last survey that I have that shows that. I don't know when it was actually constructed, but so there's that dirt path. But actually, if you look at that retaining wall, as Kevin said, with these rocks here, there's probably about a 6-foot elevation gain. So it's a little bit of a scramble to get up there, and then it looks like there's drainage and stuff. And then, you know, from those photos where the fence on lot 13 is, you know, access is really impractical. But what I've talked to my client a little bit about is the skinny, narrow part of parcel D that extends down and connects with the, you know, with the road right of way there. And it's probably around that, you know, that orange marker right there is probably where that abuts with lot 1, which the town owns. There might be a way to get, you know, a pedestrian path down there. I mean, it's never going to meet like ADA codes or anything like that, but there might be an opportunity to kind of put a path over in that area. I don't know if that connectivity has any value or not. But that's just something I wanted to throw out there as kind of a possibility that maybe the easement gets defined there and routed along that boundary with lot 1 there. I think that's the only actual like physical possible pedestrian easement for that.
I have a question. Oh, sorry.
That's right. The first question I have is, and I'm just chiming in first because I'm very familiar with the property because I know the Sunset Ridge developer from when he annexed the property, and have walked that site a million times. In both your professional opinion and Kevin, your professional opinion, not only knowing the physical constraints of what that easement would be, is there a practical easement? Because the bike path is on the other side of the street at that point. The Sunset Ridge people can come through to the other side. And it would be helpful for me to decide how to amend the motion or accept an amended motion if I knew what the future of that strip would be. I see Karen's hand up in the back if she wants to chime in. If Kevin, you're okay with
Please.
Karen chiming in?
Yeah, we need a lot of thoughts on this.
Yeah.
This application was brought up to the development review team with planning and legal and public works, and we discussed it at length about and started with this conversation, but at a staff level. And we had determined that this north-south pedestrian access from a planning perspective didn't serve any purpose. It kind of kicks you out into the middle of the highway, where it would be, at this point, there's no sidewalk, there's no plan for a sidewalk there, and that for public safety, it's generally best to keep the accesses limited to those driveway accesses. So the north-south access pedestrian easement was confusing to all of us at that level. What we were concerned with, which Kevin alluded to, was that east-west between the drives at Sunset Ridge and Eider Creek, for lack of a better term, I don't know, Pilot Knob Lane, is that in the future, we don't know what's going to happen, but assuming that density and people want to move east and west on foot or on bicycle, etc., and not use the bike path, but to stay on that north side of the spur, that maintaining an access there made sense. Even though right now it's problematic based on how the infrastructure looks, but that maintaining that option for some future date would be desirable from a public safety and a planning standpoint.
Got it.
And Teddy, if I could just chime in. Sure. My client's biggest concern on like a pedestrian easement right now, how it is situated, is liability, because people are essentially having to like scamper over boulders and down walls to, you know, get through. And they don't think it happens very often, but it might, where people scamper down the walls and then walk around up the stairs. And that's their biggest concern, is liability for that aspect. So.
And does your client easement, is the easement remain or not remaining or changing a big issue for you or your client?
I mean, I think we'd like to see it cleaned up, just, you know, from a standpoint that, the front door of their building is not necessarily like a thoroughfare, on that. And that's why we propose maybe there's some other routes to get through there. And then just for the liability concerns as well. So.
Makes
but-
sense. Any questions for Kevin, Jim, Karen, anybody?
Allow me to ask the obvious question, why the preference for de-annexation for that portion of the parcel instead of annexation for the rest of it?
Sure. So there's a couple reasons to that. First is 90% of the building is in San Miguel County. It's kind of always been in San Miguel County. And then if you look at 37A, which is an adjoining property, and 37B, their property lines kind of abut and the buildings almost also abut each other. And then it's part of the, there's a larger Gold King kind of HOA. I don't know how functional that larger Gold King Pilot's Knob HOA is, absent Eider Creek, which is, you know, obviously a functioning HOA over there. And so it would kind of require decoupling from that as well. So we just thought that that was a better tact on that. So.
And a little background without mentioning names is that, you know, in the hillside area, there was a surveyor who made countless mistake after mistake after mistake. And there's been lots of cleanup in the hillside subdivision. And we think that this is part of that same problem. So there was probably moving points to these buildings when they were built. No one, you know, in survey mistakes that continually have to be cleaned up. And that's a big part of the reason, other than saying, I want to be in the town, don't want to be in the town. It's more of a cleanup issue than you know, some type of, you know, governmental or strategic issue.
Kevin, could you go back to the photo of kind of where the northeast corner of lot 37B and the southwest corner of lot 13 kind of come together? Because that's, I feel like if we're gonna have an east to west easement, that's the space that I want to just get a better understanding of.
Yeah, is this what you're looking for?
I
Or is it?
think so. This is where, so what is north here?
North is basically,
That truck.
yeah, so you would come around this corner and then due north would be straight along that fence line.
North
The
is
fence
that
line you
way?
can't see.
That
Yeah.
picture's
Yes,
probably being taken at like a northwesterly angle.
that's right.
now.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the truck's kind of in the west.
On Pilot Knob Lane, right?
Northwest, yeah, Pilot
And
Knob
the
Lane.
stairs are facing west, like kind of west-ish.
Northwest, I would say.
Okay.
Right, Jim? Don't you think that's
Yeah,
northwest
yeah.
aspect? Yeah.
I would say like that, that pine tree right there, if you took a line straight up through that, that would be north.
Okay.
In fact, I think if you take the survey markers, there's one right here,
Mhm.
and then there's another one.
Yeah, I see that one
Right.
in the distance.
Oops.
Yep.
Oh, it doesn't show on TV.
Oh my.
There's one almost at the edge of that fence line.
Yeah, I see.
I think that would be that northwesterly line that establishes the boundary between parcel D and lot 13 to the north.
So is that fence currently blocking east-west migration through that?
It
And that's
is.
why it's pushing people to go
Over those
south, basically,
boulders
and
and-
then to
Yep.
get,
Yep.
And
Yeah, let's take a look at that. That's right here.
yeah, that's,
So I think another way to look at this is, again, if that survey marker right there is the edge of 13 and D, probably that 5-foot pedestrian easement starts right there and runs due north parallel to the fence, which has been fenced out.
And I think that would be that's my general concern with vacating this and not leaving a pedestrian easement. I think my first thought is, you know, the school bus drops right, you know, a little bit further, and I've seen that child migration path. And I think that that's what we're also seeing with that boulder scramble. I've seen kids do that a lot. And I would prefer to protect a walking path from South Sunset Ridge Drive to Pilot's Knob versus having them walk along the highway, because they're kind of crossing over onto that side. And then, you know, if they were gonna take the path, they'd have to cross back over the street and then cross back over again. And so to me, I think for safety, especially given how many families are now living out there, both there and then obviously in some of our housing as well, that we need to make sure that there is like a good walkable thoroughfare that's off of the highway.
And I'm just curious too, if we've looked at like the North Sunset Ridge Drive. I have honestly not looked at what that kind of, because that's where that 5-foot access comes down from. Is there a
That was actually
easier,
my question.
is there an easier physical solution there? I don't know.
Not for walkability. I mean, I've been up there.
Steep,
They're
isn't
both-
it?
Yeah.
They're
Is
both
it-
not great for
Okay.
this, for the solution we're discussing because of the topography and how it changes. It's gonna be really challenging if my memory is.
You can almost even
It's just-
see that in this picture.
Yeah, you can see that's
Yeah,
up there.
yeah.
It's just difficult to understand like this easement being there, like what the idea behind it was, knowing that obviously this is on flat paper, but when you go out there, it's very different. It's pretty steep. And so the idea that that was a north-south easement that was gonna run along the edge of that property just seems like it wasn't super. Karen, hop in.
Again, playing a lot with the, in the world with the competing surveys. This is educated speculation that there were like, there's 2 different surveys. We don't know what to do with it. Maybe this is a good solution and one day somebody can use this easement. And so we'll just make an easement and nobody will build here. We won't have this problem. That is.
I mean, that sounds likely.
That sounds.
That's plausible. I was here in 2004, but I was not in the negotiations.
It's kind of how the easement agreement is very vague too. I
Right.
mean, and so that, you know, what Karen's saying, kind of what I believe as well is they went, we're not sure. I mean, you can even see on the plat, they plat the line through the building and go, we're gonna create this parcel as a solution, which wouldn't have been, you know, obviously not the desirable solution there, so.
And so Kevin and Jimmy, basically to kind of get us back on track a little bit, can we de-annex? And I know you talked about it a little bit, figure out what this easement's purpose is at a later time. I mean, it's 2 separate issues. I mean, we can have our opinions on de-annexation and cleaning this up, you know, and then we could be like, what's the future use of the easement? But they're almost 2, you know, we're not going to figure out the easement right now for a variety of reasons, the actual foot traffic, the topography, the ownership, and how it all works. Can you do one without the other?
Yeah, I think the simple answer on that, Mayor, is yes, you can. I think you can move forward with de-annexation. You could leave the easement issue either alone or provide some attempt to move it forward. You know, that's been out there. The easement issue's been out there for 20 years now. Maybe other people knew it was out there. We just started realizing some things on the ground physically that just made us kind of scratch our heads a little bit more and say, maybe this isn't ready for a complete vacation. And I do think Karen's right. Probably the intent was to maintain some sort of way to get east to west from South Sunset Ridge Drive over to, you can see it, it's not far from here. You know, that's the actual Pilot Knob Lane there, where then you're on a county road, an improved surface, and that goes quite a bit further to the west.
Right.
So, you know, the only other thought I had on this was, because it will create a little bit of an odd issue. It's been there for 20 years, but for Mr. Mahoney's client, you know, technically speaking, they have a pedestrian access running right through the eastern portion of their building.
Mhm.
And I don't think anyone intends to say that that is a public access through the eastern foot or 2 feet of their building. Hope I didn't just divulge something that, but anyone looking at the plat could put those 2 together. So I do think we should probably clean this up. I think unfortunately, we probably also need to reach out to the owner of lot 13 and have a conversation with them. And then look at options, and maybe we bring those options back to you subsequently. They don't have to be tied to this directly.
And Jimmy's your client. If we decide that de-annexation is okay, is your client okay with cleaning up the easement issue since this is a little?
Yeah, I
different?
mean, we'd like to have the easement issue cleaned up. I mean, that's definitely a goal of ours. It doesn't need to be tied to the annexation. I think we'd like to get the de-annexation in the works so that we can start a replat with the county. Because right now we can't get financing for that building and our seller financing is running out. And so that's a big issue for us, is to get that lot line cleaned up, and so we can start with that. And so then we would be happy to work with the town and neighbors on, how do we clean this up and have it effective easement, without the liability issues, that climbing down boulders and walls present. So.
Great.
Yeah.
Sorry if I missed this when I was in the bathroom. Did we talk about what happened at the county meeting?
Oh, sorry. I meant to address that as well. The county voted unanimously to support our application and accept parcel D into the county. So.
Is there any further questions for Kevin or Mr. Mahoney? I would entertain a motion.
And just to be clear, before we get a motion on the table, Section 4 of the current ordinance is the language that's problematic because it had the blanket and broad vacation of that easement. So I think we either need to remove Section 4 in its entirety as part of your motion, or otherwise amend it in an acceptable way. And I really can't offer too much. The only offer I had or thought I had was, but it does get, let me just throw this out. You could think about a vacation of the pedestrian easement on parcel D from approximately the center of South Sunset Ridge Drive to the south and westerly to the eastern edge of the building on 37B. But my concern with that is then you're vacating it all the way to the southerly terminus of that parcel D. And that might be an area that you did want to look at here.
I don't want to rush the discussion of
Okay,
the
let's-
easement.
that's
not-
better then.
I think that's not good for anybody.
Great.
I'm
And,
also just confused.
and if someone wants to make a motion with or without item 4, I'll entertain it.
So just to be clear, in the motion, we can simply say, with the exception of section 4. Kevin, is that acceptable?
Yeah, there's a suggested motion on page 103.
Right.
And I think what you could just say is at the end of it, you could say with a change to delete all of section 4 of the ordinance as presented on March 12th.
Okay. Okay. I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, approving the de-annexation of parcel D of Sunset Ridge at Telluride, a planned community with the removal of section 4 as presented on March 12th, and direct the town council to set this matter for a public hearing and second reading of the same on April 2nd, 2024. Okay.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion from Mian and a second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Dan?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Janita, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Thanks for explaining that in detail with the changes. And Jimmy, hopefully that news for you and your client, and
Yeah, and we'll be back
Good
in
luck.
touch on the easement
Yeah.
for sure on that. I appreciate you guys' time.
perfect. Thank you.
See you in 3 weeks.
Moving on to item 7D, consideration of introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code, Chapter 11 at Article 4 Festival Events. And we have Stephanie Jacquet here to present.
Thank you and good afternoon. All right. Okay, so today is a first reading and introduction of an ordinance that would propose changes to the section of municipal code that deals with festivals and events. Quick introduction. This is a goal, well, this is following a work session that you all had on January 30th. And that meeting packet is included in this packet as well. There's an ordinance in addition to both red lines and a clean version of the chapter of the code. And I want to thank Lauren Bloomsma for helping put that together for me. And then it is a goal and objective of town council as well to analyze the community benefits and impacts of special events on public spaces. So we see this as part of that process with more more to come with more analysis and data to deal with both impacts and benefits. A reminder of the direction from the majority of town council on sorry, I'm changing it on my computer, not there. The direction on January 30th, the majority wanted us to redefine minor, medium, and major festivals as we presented at that time, to require local ticket options for both medium and major events. The majority also supported the ability to increase the capacity for major events from 11,500 to 12,000 people per day. And in relation to local tickets, to not define local in the municipal code. On local ticket programs, just a reminder, we implemented this for medium and major events in 2023 through the contract process. And following our discussion in January, I included a debrief of the local sales that happened for all the medium and major events in 2023. I also sent you all some information about upcoming and now past local ticket sales, and the town helped with some outreach for that as well, for the Bluegrass one on Saturday and for Blues and Brews and Jazz today. Also on January 30th, council requested that the Parks and Rec Commission discuss a few items related to this topic, and that was included on their February 21st agenda. I included those meeting materials in your packet as well. The first item of business was a recommendation to you all on a crowd size limit for major festivals in Town Park. The commission voted unanimously to recommend to you all a crowd size limit of 12,000 people per day for major festival events in Town Park. Also on January 30th, council recommended or requested that there be a review and discussion of town facility usage during all size events. And staff put together a significant analysis of all events happening on town property. That's included in your meeting packet. I wasn't going to show you all the pretty graphs, but I can if you would like. More so, I was going to summarize, and thank you to those council members who attended and listened in on that discussion. But in general, the commission supported staff's recommendation on this item, which is that the facility use analysis illustrates a reasonable balance between encouraging event organizers to be as efficient as possible to limit impacts, but also providing adequate time for professional, safe, and responsible event execution on town property. They also agreed that there's many differences between events and setting and enforcing a standard on the facility use duration by event size or type is not recommended. They encourage staff to continue working collaboratively with event organizers to discuss potential changes to their facility usage in future years to minimize impacts and maximize benefits to the community. And they also support further discussions about implementing additional facility rental fees for events in future years, which will be discussed in upcoming months. And you all are encouraged to participate in that discussion. So just a reminder, we have a lot of different types of events, sizes of events. This slide's been shared with you several times. So some events are free, some are ticketed, some are a combination. We have different durations of events, and then facility use can be exclusive, non-exclusive, or a combination of both. I'm going to defer to the mayor here on if you want me to summarize this discussion that we had in greater detail than what I already did from Parks and Rec in terms of the approach and the analysis. I wasn't going to show the graphs, but just a high level.
I just want to make sure everyone with council's comfortable with more of a summary overview, but you can always at any point in time request to see a graph or details. I think we know enough about the background that we can move through it quickly, but I also don't want to discourage if anyone has any questions, their thought process changes or anything, have Stephanie stop and explain something in great detail.
So the next several slides are on this topic, which is facility use, and not directly related to the ordinance and proposed changes. So I can skip to the proposed changes, or I can quickly cruise through a little more about the facility use. Is there a preference? Yeah. Go over this? You want to hear me talk?
You've got the good work put together here.
Okay, so this that seemed reluctant. I did some work with some help. So our approach to the work session was to share information. This is once again the work session with Parks and Rec Commission on February 21st. We shared information on the type of facilities used and the duration of use for each multi-day event. We prefaced the conversation, making it clear that we weren't looking to change any facility use for 2024. Obviously, event organizers are deep in the planning. I will say that this conversation did result in some creative thinking by some events who voluntarily decided to make some changes to their facility use. And that was done voluntarily with a little nudging where staff thought it might be worthwhile. So there was some trimming of facility use by all size events. And then the analysis, we looked at every multi-day event. We looked at all town property that was utilized by the events. And we looked at the use type per day, whether it was a setup day, an event day, or a tear down day. There were 2 sets of graphs presented for each event, and it was both the number of use type days and the total use days per event per facility. And the number of use type days is a percentage of total use days. So once again, you have those graphs in your packet tied to the Parks and Rec Commission meeting packet. In summary, the analysis showed that every event is unique with regards to their format, size, facility use, resources, scheduling, and that comparing events was difficult. You look at the graph side by side, and a lot of us know that there's different factors that resulted in one event having no setup days and other event having multiple. We also talked about how town facilities that are used by event are not event-specific venues. They're multi-purpose venues, and it takes significant time and money for event organizers to transform the stage, the fields, any part of town park into a safe and effective venue for event operations. Also that it could be either exclusive or non-exclusive. An example of that would be a setup day of a major music festival. The fields are not programmed for recreation, but dog walkers, paragliders, a lot of informal rec is still allowed, although perception might make it less likely that they're going to use the facility. Special event use of town property involves both benefits and impacts to the local community, visitors, and town resources, and that staff works collaboratively with event organizers at all phases of special events, from the approval to the coordination to the oversight and regular evaluation and feedback. We also touched on cost recovery, which I know is an area of interest for council, and it comes up during the budget process every year. At the request of council, and thank you to those on the council who've been challenging staff to work on this, we have been analyzing both expenses and revenue directly tied to operations on town property. We've got a lot of data. We're now at the step of starting to analyze cost recovery for specific events based on that actual revenue and expense for 2023, and we're projecting for 2024 at this point. I can tell you at this point that the town is not losing money on major and medium events as we're currently tracking and analyzing it. That means our direct revenue collected by the town is greater than the direct expenses incurred by the town. Minor events are being subsidized by the town. This was not a surprise to staff, and I know it's come up before of what the town's role should be with small events and community-oriented events. So in these cases, the direct expenses incurred by the town are greater than the direct revenue collected by the town. And then, as I've stated before, we're going to continue working on both cost recovery goals, additional fees, ways to approach improving cost recovery moving forward with Parks and Rec Commission and Council ahead of the budget process. So in these upcoming months. So that's my quick overview of the Parks and Rec discussion. Now I'll jump back into the purpose of today's discussion, which is the specific revisions and updates to the section of code. So the first one is special event size categorization. Basically, we had a minor and we had a major. We didn't have any medium officially called out in the code, yet in admission fees, we have a middle group. So what we're now proposing is a minor event is less than 999 people per day. A medium event is between 999 and 3,000 per day. And then a major is above 3,000. We also took the opportunity in number 2 to clarify crowd size limits for events on town property in various ways. We called out what the maximum crowd size would be for all those levels, what the paid admission level would be or capacity would be, and what the complimentary admission capacity would be for all event size categories. Number 2B is the recommendation from the majority of council and the unanimous recommendation from Parks and Rec Commission to change the cap on major festivals from 11,500 to 12,000 people per day. And then we also, as it relates to crowd size, we clarified some items related to children to match what's done in practice. So basically, children under 12 have to be accompanied by an adult and are admitted free of charge and are not counted towards the maximum crowd size. And then children ages 5 to 12, once again admitted free of charge, must be issued a wristband or ticket and included in the tracking process as required by the contract. Number 3 is the local ticket program. This is, I'd say, one of the items that had a lot of discussion on January 30th. The proposed language gives the discretion to the town manager to approve a plan annually that's specific to that event and to what makes the most sense for their sales structure. It does provide a little specificity that it would be implemented for San Miguel County residents at a minimum. So it could be expanded beyond that per approval of a plan, and that it be implemented through advanced ticket sales. So those were the 2 pieces that there was consensus on at the January 30th discussion. And then there's several updates and clarifications that are shown in the red line to reflect our current requirements and process. Staff is recommending approval of the proposed ordinance on first reading, and there's a motion on the screen and in your packet. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Go back 2 slides to the definitions about medium and.
Yep.
So medium versus minor. And I'm just thinking about like Mushroom Festival, for example. I feel like I have 3,000 tickets in my head as like how many passes they do, but it's not all in one place at once, or is that not a?
We actually just recently re-clarified with them, and I believe their total number is about 700 per day. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes people put on applications more that then ask us to clarify which category they are in.
With, in the same vein of thinking with this new structure with adding that medium, what festivals would be pulled up from or down from major into this new category?
Well, because we had the admission fee with 3 tiers already, we were already classifying them internally as a medium. We also have different contract templates. So I wouldn't say we're moving them around. It's just how it's called out in the code. So the medium events would be Imogene Film Festival, Mountain Film, and then Kodo Street Dance is one that we were previously considering minor, but based on their actual attendance, I think would be more in the medium category.
Okay.
I think that covers them all.
Jazz too, right?
Jazz, thank you. I was seeing if you were paying attention, Mayor.
No, I'm trying.
Yes, jazz too. I'm gonna check my notes now. Yes, that is all of them.
So for practical purposes, it really wouldn't have a huge shift in
Correct.
operation.
Yep, and then the local ticket program, we did apply that to the medium and major. So it's important to have that defined of what a medium event is in the section of code that we're defining a local ticket program.
Any other questions for Stephanie? I would entertain a motion if someone's willing to.
Well, I guess actually, can I just make one? And this is a comment, and I did make it previously, but I would really love to start taking a much more holistic look at festivals and their impacts on the destination in regards to gondola usage, street congestion, sales tax revenue, et cetera. I think, and this really, and I don't ever love to like pick on one particular festival at all, but there's only one where this applies, where when we add an additional 500 tickets, we are adding additional 500 people. And, if those 500 people were staying up in Mountain Village, we're adding an additional hour to already congested gondola lines. And that just directly impacts the experience of not only those 500 people, but everybody else riding that gondola as well at that time. And, you know, we are a tourism-based economy, and I think taking the purview of these decisions out from beyond what Stephanie and her incredible team can do within the confines of the park is important for us in order to create the like economics, like sustainability and longevity for these festivals and for the destination. And so I'm still really uncomfortable adding those 500 tickets unless, you know, without some data really showing what that actually truly looks like. I know we've had the past 2 years where we've kind of had our backs up against the wall and we've added those tickets, but I would, before we baked it into the code itself, I really would have loved for us to have really evaluated holistically what each decision we make and how it impacts the destination as a whole. And that's all.
Yeah, maybe I don't know if I can actually address that.
I know. I tried myself too. I pulled a bunch of numbers, but
certainly there are categories of impact, both positive and negative to the community that we can evaluate and are evaluating pretty closely, and some that are pretty tough to put a finger on. Certainly as we went through this discussion internally around a 12,000 capacity on Bluegrass, for example, all we could do maybe internally was do our best to sit down with marshals, public works, park staff. And I think around that specific issue, at least at a staff level, we did not have any specific concerns around, say, the difference or the delta between 11,500 and 12,000. Again, just from an operational internal standpoint. So I know that was articulated to Park and Rec Commission, and they took that to heart. That doesn't mean there are no negative impacts. To your point, there's certainly more robust gondola ridership during that time that is challenging to the rest of the public. I think, particularly around gondola usage, I do think this is an important year for us to do our best, and I'm not quite sure the measurement standard, but work with each of the event promoters, if you will, and organizers to try to survey, to try to suss out how much gondola ridership is coming out of each of those events, because it is part of a really important, bigger discussion for sure. We do have really pretty sophisticated traffic counters now that are year round that we can basically pull out on a daily, weekly basis now around each event, which will be part of the overall look as well. I would say we're working as well with TTB, or Telluride Tourism Bureau Board, and Kira Skinner, their executive director, on refining methodology around the economic impacts on each event, which I think will be really important to just the overarching kind of comprehensive discussion, as you said, Mian, to understand that side of the economy, and that will be occurring this season. I think we're within a week or so of sitting down with Kira to have that next level of discussion around methodology for economic impacts. So those are just a few examples of what's easy to measure, and then what's not so easy to measure. We probably could get from TMVO or Mountain Village and so on, wait times and things like that, very specifically around each event. That would be pretty curious to see. We're wide open though, as far as kind of other broader impacts that you'd like to see researched or dove into this year. But there, a little bit of it sometimes is that kind of finger in the air. How's it feel out there in town? How crowded is it? How hard is it to get a reservation at a restaurant? What's the traffic feel like? How's parking that day? There are a slew of negative impacts that are a little more challenging to measure. So specifics are always good. If we can hear more around where council particularly is feeling, we need to do a better job of measuring those elements. But so it's just a few comments.
Janina?
I agree with Mian. My finger in the air thing is how it feels in the park when there's 12,000 people in there, and to me, it feels really tight. So from a lover of festivals, consumer standpoint, I don't think we should go up to 12,000 people. Whether that's appropriate as a council person's viewpoint or not, I don't know, but I don't think that we should just move it up to 12,000 forever just because we approved it a certain amount of times in the last 10 years.
And I will note on that front, Geneva, I would say at the park and rec level or staffing level, we really don't dive too deep into that particular metric of how it feels inside the park, other than is the management team of the event able to accommodate it just from a safety and operations standpoint. That's kind of the filter we look at, not so much the experience filter. We try to stay out of that element of it.
Yeah, and it comes down to the impact mitigation, which Scott's using the word operations, and the impact mitigation is more than just the park. It's not the region necessarily, but they need to provide parking plans, camping plans, transportation plans that extend around all of town limits. And then the debrief that we had with Public Works and the marshals, Scott, myself, about how it's gone and what staff's recommendation. We're looking at all those operational items, not the gondola necessarily, but looking at the town as a whole. And then I do step, as Courtney would attest to, I do look at the customer service and come up with some suggestions from time to time. That's more event operation based. And Bluegrass, for example, there was a year where there was not adequate space for people to put a tarp down if they arrive late. And I pointed that out. They worked on a solution for a future year of having a tarp size limit, and that did open up space as well. So we have the ability to work with our partners on that. And then I just want to remind you all that the impact mitigation has to be proven every year through the contract process. So just if approved at a 12,000 person per day maximum, they need to have plans in place to meet that total. And if the wastewater treatment plant is offline for a year and there's nowhere to dump sewage, then that capacity might go down unless there's a creative solution and alternative. So there is the ability to look at it every year and to lower it based on what they can actually mitigate impact wise. So.
And to add one thing, because I was at that Parks and Rec meeting, is that, I could sense the decision-making change based on Parks and Rec staff's thoughts and other departments within the town, and no pushback to go from 12 to, not only accept it, but then quiz Zach from Bluegrass, because this is really just Bluegrass. And Zach's mentality of, he has to deliver a product to his clientele. It's their expertise, and they're not just looking to jam people in. They understand what they're trying to provide. Because I do agree with Geneva, you go into Bluegrass and you're at the back of it, but that's not my decision to make. And if he's delivering a level of experience and he's comfortable with it based on the comfortability of our department heads, again, not so much for this discussion, but I saw it in the Parks and Rec discussion and how it kind of changed their opinion. Ashley?
I also think, the decision to increase from 11.5 up to 12, my feeling, and I believe this was true for all of us, that went hand in hand with the sequestering of locals tickets, was in the hope that, by us allowing these increases, that it was in the hopes of bringing in more locals that would hopefully then offset some of the effects that we were feeling with the traffic and stuff like that. That was, at least my interpretation, that it wasn't just, we're going to raise it to 12,000 just writ large, that we were raising it with the intention of then also mandating a locals ticket.
Well, the reason we did that was because they sold out. Locals didn't have any tickets. Everybody was upset because they feel like the town gets and the quotes literally were, the town is overrun during Bluegrass and we can't even get in.
Yeah.
And so we then asked Bluegrass to add 500 tickets to allow the locals to experience the festival. It wasn't we're going to let you raise this, to create a locals program. It was literally a reaction.
And then last year, it was a reaction in order to serve the public that didn't have access to the festival. And then the second year, and I was upset last year that we were like, once again, being forced to lift the number of tickets in Town Park for Bluegrass because we hadn't addressed that with enough time beforehand. So, yes, those 500 tickets, theoretically are now locals tickets, but it's not as though those 500 local tickets couldn't be housed within the 11.5 anyway, as long as those tickets were sold to locals.
I feel like we
So
don't make any progress if we have locals tickets and then we raise the thing. We have the same situation. There's just more people in the park. And at least my understanding was it's always been, you can ask for up to 12,000 if you do a local ticket option, and Bluegrass has been doing that. I feel like we should have a local ticket option for all these festivals, regardless of whether they go up to 12,000.
which we do.
Wait, that's what we're doing.
Which we do now, totally. I'm just saying, like, I don't think that they're necessarily related. They were related in these 2 years when we finally hit that like really bad pressure point, but I think we can have the local ticket option required and not raise it to 12.
And I think, my concern, and looking at everything holistically, the individuals that are coming in for these festivals, they are coming in on our flights, which we are subsidizing. And so a great guest experience is part and parcel with the overall, a great guest experience in the destination is part and parcel with a great guest experience for the festival. And I'm always more cautious than most, obviously, but I would love to say, we're at 11.5. We're going to get good metrics. We're going to raise it to 12,000. We're going to get great metrics. And then we're going to decide whether we are baking this into our code, as opposed to just saying, we're going to move this up and, we can flex down, because the reality is like, we're not going to really, unless there's something major that causes us to do that, like the wastewater treatment plant going offline, the gondola shutting down for a summer. So to me, like the step up for more tickets at that level should be one that we take with like an abundance of caution and great data to be able to support the decision, not just we're fine so far. We haven't got any complaints because we haven't asked for any complaints. We haven't asked for feedback.
But it's happened more than 2 years too.
Dan has his hand up.
I certainly hear Mune and G what you guys are saying, and I think your concerns are definitely reasonable, and having a continuing positive high-end guest experience, I think, is important to all of us. I will say, I think that some of how we manage that is not necessarily set in stone. For example, on the gondola question, well, there's an incentive and an avenue for advertising for local hotels and short-term rentals to put yourself ahead of, don't stay in the gondola line, stay in town instead. Here's your access, and has that. If you were an entrepreneur seeing, our bars and our restaurants are just too packed, there seems to be space for another bar or restaurant, well, then there's an avenue to expand and have a new business in town and look for opportunity there. And so I certainly hear what you're saying, and I do appreciate a lot of it, but I also think that these are not necessarily finite limits on the guest experience in the town of Telluride.
Is everybody else on council, you would rather put in a 12,000 permanent cap in the code than do what Mian suggested, which is a year of 12,000, a year of 11.5, get all this data and then decide whether or not to put it in? Because to me, the main reason, the reason we're considering putting a permanent 12,000 cap is because the Bluegrass organization said, we ask every year, can we just put it in the code so we don't have to ask every year? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we say, well, you have to ask one more time. We'll have the meeting. We'll do it. We'll compare the data. And then we'll, have this debate again in 2 years when we can decide whether or not, and get more input from the public, because I feel like this is such a hot topic. I still hear from people in the public, I'm pro festival, this person's anti-festival. And, how do we listen to folks who think that festivals get, you know, a lot of leeway and create a lot of impacts, and if we're gonna make this decision right now on this without a lot of public input.
I just feel like we just had like a discussion about parklets and about like not disrupting parklets because we've allowed people to have them for so many years and wanting to protect their investments and stuff like that. And I'm just a little concerned that like we have a different treatment of another large business that's here that we're saying, well, now we want to do an experiment to see how it actually affects your business or not, to remove these 500 tickets or not. It's like, to me, it seems like we're not consistent in our application. I mean, I think part of the frustration or part of the issues was, it was like, we were allowing the 500 every single year. We didn't ever say no. So if we're doing it,
I don't think we're waiting to hear how it affects their business. We want to hear how it affects the community.
sure, I know, that's what I mean is like.
Stephanie?
So just a little bit of data. So 2012 is when the ability for bluegrass in this situation, there could be a new major festival that comes in that wants 12,000 as well, but currently bluegrass. In 2012, the code was amended to add the ability for a major event to ask for up to 12,000, an additional 500 if they provide a local ticket program. That was several years ahead of when, about 10 years ahead of when we started requiring local ticket programs of everybody. So since 2012, Bluegrass received approval for an increase above 11.5, 8 out of 10 of those years. There was 2 years where a compromise was found at 11,750. And the last time that Bluegrass was at 11,500 was 2018 and 2019. So this is not a every year ask. Some years they've thought about asking and there's been infrastructure stuff in town, whatever, where that ask doesn't make sense. So my question would be, can we look back at 2018, 2019, and are any of these metrics or these new metrics that we're now going to start measuring, or is there the ability for us to look at any metrics from back then compared to 2022 and 2023 when it was at 12,000? Does it need to be a year coming up? And I think to Scott's point, we'd love to know what the impacts are. I mean, working with the tourism board, whether visitor experience could be something that they help us with as well, because that seems to be at the root of a lot of your concerns, and at a regional level, not just in the town of Telluride. So,
And then we probably also have to discuss the 4th of July in this then, because we're changing our discussion topic from the park. You know, where the Parks and Rec Commission came in and made their recommendation and the staff of our town made their recommendation and what to do. And it was, everyone was okay with 12,000 people per the impact on town staff and the impact within the town park and what that does. If there's a whole nother discussion about what's that do to the local, you know, they're similar, but they're different. But, you know, you could argue the same thing for the 4th of July.
Sure.
That we got to stop that too, because, you know, if you're going to, you know, have that discussion, it has to be consistent, and we have to decide what our purview is basically up here sitting at this desk, which is, you know, yeah, we're elected officials looking out for the, you know, the best of everyone. And then we're also looking out for our staff and our events for the vibrancy that they bring, both economically and culturally. And where is that, where does that cross and where does that meet? And that's really kind of what our decision has to be. Where are we going?
I just want to say, the only reason why I'm pushing back is because I felt like we had a consensus and that Parks and Rec had a consensus. And I feel like now we're walking back. So that's the only reason why I'm pushing, is because I felt like we had the discussion, Parks and Rec had the discussion, and now we're again now walking it back. So I just want to be clear.
I always said I didn't want to go to.
it was a majority of council. It wasn't the
Sure,
full.
okay.
I think it was 4-2 in the straw poll. I do want to clarify that the proposed changes to section 11.4-30, it did say town Town Park because it only called out a maximum attendance for major events. So what is being proposed, back to my summary of what we were looking to clean up, is the crowd size limit for events on all town property, because the rest of the code talks about town property. So that's streets, that's Elks Park. So how July 4th falls into that, we don't track attendance. If it was a formal event that had a contract and a paid admissions, we would be able to track attendance. But so what we're proposing is it's a crowd size limit for all town property, events on town property, and not just calling out Town Park. Parks and Rec Commission weighed in on Town Park, yes.
Dan?
Can I just to help me understand your position, what would make you feel comfortable going to a permanent 12,000 person admission limit? Nothing?
I think they successfully had many, so 51 minus 8 years of less than 12,000 being a successful festival, recognizing they weren't as big at the beginning, obviously. People say that they feel, the community feels a large impact from Bluegrass. And so I don't think our answer to that feedback should be to cancel Bluegrass. I think we love Bluegrass, but I also don't think it should be to make Bluegrass permanently able to be larger from what's been in our code.
And I think there's, to Geneva's point, I also think that there can be some fatigue, and certainly other communities have seen this. Park City saw this incredibly so, like that the community literally said, we want no more festivals. We want no more events, because they just reached whatever their particular threshold was. And I think it's important that not only do we protect our, the experience of our community members, but also the ability for any other festival to still be able to do what they do. I mean, we are a festival community. We are, we are a tourism-based economy. We need to be able to protect that. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't go up to 12. I'm just saying I'm not comfortable doing it without really seeing what it is. And it can't just be anecdotal. I don't like it. It's too crowded. I can't get a parking space. Like, I really just feel like we need to see some metrics in order to make an informed decision, because we can sell 12,000 tickets to the park. And then we have, free stages that are going on in Elks Park. And I know so many people that I've met, that I meet on those weekends that they do not have passes, they do not have tickets, but they are here for Bluegrass. And because there are people busking on the streets, because there are free concerts everywhere. And so I don't truly believe that 12,000 is actually the number that's coming in. Like, my gut feel is that there's more than that. And so it's the more than that that's unquantifiable, which we can't quantify because we're not selling tickets to them. But if we could just take a beat and make sure that what we're doing is in the best interest of the town overall, that's what I'd like to do. I can be overruled. And I'm fine with that. But I always just think that an abundance of caution when we're doing things like this, like when we lose one, it takes $10 for every dollar spent to get a new client, new visitor, as it does to retain an old one. And so I want to make sure that the people that are coming to Bluegrass love Bluegrass, keep coming back, come back on other trips. And so, like, to me, it's the overarching circle of our economy that I'm most interested in protecting. That's all.
Me, and I'm curious again, just from a metric standpoint, or what we can do more of at the staff level, or an event level. Do you have in mind, again, it seems like maybe we're trending towards a concept of locals or community survey post-event. I'm
I love
having a
a
little
survey.
bit.
We all know that.
I'm still looking for where we can do better on metrics. And I don't know if you have a few things in mind specifically, or Geneva, or anyone.
I mean, I think community survey is huge. I think local survey, I think probably a survey at the gondola, because there is so much movement back and forth. I mean, I think we could probably push something out through our property management companies. I think getting data, you know, I just think I don't love making decisions on gray. And I don't love making decisions on feels.
Yeah.
And so I think we obviously would have to kind of refine what all of that looks like. And also, you know, and truthfully also to say, okay, the tax revenue benefit like outweighs mild discomfort,
Mhm.
which it does, you know, I mean, it's our economy. But so I think we just have to, I mean, that, I think coming some sort of a survey 1 year,
Mhm.
survey the next, we've got our answers right there. Like, and I feel like to Geneva's point, it's been 50 years. Like, I think taking 2 to do it right isn't, you know, that's taking 4% of the time. But
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think right now we're pretty much, we're kind of, what's the right word? It highly tangible elements we're tracking today, right? What are the number of arrests and tickets look like during the course of that weekend? Obviously, we've talked about pulling together much more refined economic impact. We're tracking cost recovery now, which is great at the Parks and Rec level. Parking capacity, lodging levels, where we're at on local ticket sales. Those are good numbers to now have. I just don't want to, I don't want to send staff down a road of tracking things or metrics that are not actually useful for decision making.
Mhm.
But if it is ultimately kind of that vibe of, well, how's the community, how do locals feel post event? That's a little bit of a different metrics that we just haven't
Mhm.
to grab.
Yeah,
And certainly we're in the midst of right now a community survey that's broad in nature. It's 10, 15 minutes worth of survey that, will help us set a baseline for the community moving forward, but we don't do that post event, if that's what we're looking for.
Right, and it's tough because for me, what kind of opened my eyes to this discussion was, everything we talked about previously was specifically toward the event and the impact
Mhm.
directly of the event and not the feel. I mean, I agree, if you ask me, 12's a lot, and that was I was in Geneva's camp for holding the line at 11.5. And then when Stephanie and her staff had no concerns in Town Park, and Chief with the Marshal's department had no complaints, and wastewater had no complaints about going to 12, then I changed my mind, and I'm still okay with 12. My issue is trying to figure out what the metrics are in that 500 increment and how you ask that question. And I'm not sure that's going to be enough to figure it out. And I'm not saying 11.5 is wrong. I'm not saying 12 is wrong. Who knows? And we've protected a little bit of everything that happens inside the park and its direct impacts. And how do we make that decision for realistically 2 events, Bluegrass and 4th of July, with the amount of people that come through? And I don't know the answer. I mean, we know that Bluegrass's circumstance, because they said it, that they're running a business, and obviously money helps and more tickets help. But on the flip side, they have to protect that guest experience, which was to Mian's point. We want that guest coming back. But internally for Bluegrass, they're saying our guys, they love it. They love the 12,000, doesn't matter to them. It's kind of what I got out of Zach's presentations, both at the Parks and Rec Commission I sat in and for council. And it made it harder for me, to not be okay with 12. But if all of a sudden we want to wait tourists that aren't here for Bluegrass and what the impacts are, let's face it, it'd be a disaster if you showed up to Telluride during Bluegrass and didn't know it was happening. We've seen it happen.
Happens a lot.
It happens a lot. And same thing for the locals. It's 2 different topics. And I don't know what the answer is to move forward, that we're going to get those answers, or we just want to table it. I don't know the answer to that.
Really quickly, my one concern with the idea of a survey is that the people who are going to express dissatisfaction about the crowdedness of town at 12,000 would also express dissatisfaction of the crowdedness of town at 11.5. And that is going to be hard to parse out when we have to make a call one way or another. And we will feel some of that dissatisfaction from some people, no matter what.
I agree with that, and think that difference in number is more impact in the park, and what your experience is versus town, but who knows? Elena?
Well, and so I haven't weighed in on this yet. I've kind of just been listening, but for me, I got on board with the 12,000 because of the local ticket option. And Ashley kind of already said this, but like, in my opinion, if we're worried about guest experience and infrastructure, that's where those extra tickets go hand in hand with the local ticket option, because we're selling tickets to people who are not having to house and to clean up after, and potentially, you know, they're going home and cooking meals if it's busy out in town. They're probably riding their bike from their home, you know, and so I recognize they're different issues, but I do think it's important to acknowledge that the one goes with the other. I would not be okay with 12,000 without the local ticket option. I also think, you know, if we go back to town infrastructure, like, we do have those people who come to town for Bluegrass but don't have tickets. So they're already, those 500 people, they're already here. It's just whether or not they have an option to buy a ticket, because we already are selling, or we already are bringing in more visitors than Bluegrass has tickets for Bluegrass. So I think the issue is, are they allowed in the park? Because they're already here. And that's, again, why I got on board with 12,000, because if Parks and Rec staff is okay with it, if Bluegrass wants it, and if the Marshals Department is okay with it, then I don't see where it's, you know, if the tourists are already here, if we're adding the local ticket option, and everyone who's involved in putting on the event is okay with this, then I don't necessarily see the reason to push against it. That said, in terms of like the experience once you're in the festival, I don't think that's like necessarily our position to decide, like, if Bluegrass wants a crowded festival or less crowded festival, and like what serves their customer. I think that's their call. I don't really feel like that's my place to tell them. I think if staff is okay with 12,000, and if we're acknowledging that our infrastructure is already handling more people than 11,500, and there's a limit to how many spaces people can sleep in, you know, we do kind of have some capacity limits already that are already pushed to their limit, regardless of this extra 500 tickets. That's my reasoning for being okay with the 500 tickets.
And so, you know, just to respect, you know, our time as a commission, I think, you know, right now it's, you know, we can decide to table it and discuss it, or we can make a motion and vote and, you know, and pick one or the other. And, you know, I'm comfortable with either way. If someone wants to make a motion, I'll entertain it for sure.
Can I just add something about the local ticket program? I think Mian and Geneva, like, what progress are we making if they already had to do a local ticket program and now they still have to do it? It's advanced ticket sales this year. So, and unlimited. So, they just did their third round. I saw their numbers up until their third round, and it looks like they're selling more than 500, but maybe you could see if Zach, who's I think on the call, wants to provide you actual numbers. So I think we are seeing progress with the local ticket program, with the approach of being ahead of and reserving or having an unlimited amount up until a point. Whereas the last 2 years, it was, all right, we're already sold out. We want the 500 to do it. So I do think we're making progress to try and get those as many tickets as possible into local hands, which does help on the impact mitigation, even if they're local friends, which we allow. That helps with a lot of things. So that's a goal of mine as well, to try and have less true visitors coming without a ticket, or and having as many locals attend as well. So I do think that the program has, and Bluegrass promised to do that last year, and they did implement it this year. And Zach could probably provide data, because I don't have his data from Saturday yet.
I think it's awesome that we've gotten this all set. I just don't think we're mitigating impacts if we then add the 500 tickets. It would have been mitigating the impact on town if we required the locals tickets and kept the cap the same. That's where I'm standing.
Ashley?
we did not, we chose not to do a specific amount of locals tickets. Is that correct?
Correct.
I mean, I feel like maybe that's more where we're leaning, is that like we say that there has to be a floor that you have to start with and come up to help mitigate the impacts. Because right now it's at discretion, right? It'll be in the contract and that would be negotiated, but there's no like,
So it would
this is
be,
the minimum.
it would be a
correct?
plan submitted with, this is our plan to offer unlimited ahead of opening to the public. So I think Courtney, they just did that today, for example. And so it's getting ahead. So what we're currently proposing, because you guys did go around a bit on January 30th about a minimum. And it was recommended with Kevin's help that it be, that we require advanced ticket sales, because that's really a way of getting to no minimum. Yes. And then the, who is eligible for it too. You all wanted to be specific yet flexible. So that's why we said at a minimum to San Miguel County residents. So if they want to be more generous, I don't think Scott's going to say no to that when he approves a plan. But having a set percentage for all events, let's say a film festival compared to a bluegrass, is that a percentage that you want to see across the board between two very different events? Or do you want to see that they've made them available through the ways that we're asking them to do it?
I mean, I think we're doing a pretty good job right away with getting more tickets in locals' hands for all the festivals, and that's a great start. And I'm happy with it. And again, unless someone has anything new to add on this topic, I would entertain a motion. Just so we can move forward one way or the other.
I move to approve an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code, Chapter 11 at Article 4, Festival Events, and direct the town clerk to set the matter for a public hearing and second reading of the ordinance at the April 2nd, 2024 meeting, with one amendment to section 11-4-30 crowd size limit, to strike 12,000 as maximum crowd size and replace it with 11,500.
We have a motion from Geneva. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mian has seconded. Geneva, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley, no.
I'm gonna stay in my order.
Yeah. Elena, no.
Okay. Ashley?
Ashley, no.
Okay.
Dan, no.
Teddy, no. The motion fails, 4-2. If
I
can't
move,
speak to what the 4 knows we're thinking, but it wants to try a different motion, we're not precluded from doing that.
I move to approve an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Telluride Municipal Code, Chapter 11 at Article 4, Festival Events, and direct the town clerk to set the matter for a public hearing and second reading of the ordinance at the April 2nd, 2024 meeting.
I second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Helena?
Yes.
Geneva?
Geneva, no.
Mian?
Me and no.
Teddy, yes. Passes 4-2.
Okay, thank you, council.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you for your time, Stephanie. Stephanie. Moving on to 7E, slowly through, limping right along. Consideration of a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, in support for the Colorado Department of Local Affairs, Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Fund grant to increase the funding for the town of Telluride Comprehensive Plan. And we have John Strandberg and Darren Garber here to present.
Yes, thank you. Hopefully this won't be quite as long as the last one and we can move this through.
Just try me.
Yeah, challenge accepted. As you all know, we are currently looking forward to updating the master plan, and we were actually ready to go out with the RFP until our town's grant administrator, that guy right there, came across a grant opportunity through Department of Local Affairs, DOLA, to increase quite extensively what we have. So this resolution is to provide council support for the grant application, which would bring it up to 150,000 for that. Not up to 150,000, but it would be for 150,000, which would increase the actual buying power for the current town budget of, which is 185,000 to 335,000. I did note that there is a typo in the report. It says 350,000. That was my mistake. We were tossing around numbers and we actually decided to drop it down a little bit because the match you're supposed to have is 50%. And we could come back with 185 and do that, but it makes it a little bit more attractive to DOLA if you have less of that. So we're running at about 55% right now. So that was kind of like, okay, let's keep it at that and go forward because 335 is still a very attractive number for it. And what we're going to get from that is instead of basically updating what we have, which is kind of what we did in 2012 to the 2006. Last time we actually did a full comp plan or a master plan, we would actually get a full one done, which is kind of a big advantage. It incorporates everything into it, looks at everything that's going on, and a lot has changed in not only Telluride, but many, many areas in the last 18 years. So that's what we're looking for. I'm available for any questions for this. And Darren, right here, would like to make a comment as well.
Yeah. So I just want to quickly introduce another grant proposal. It's not itemizing the agenda, and I'll explain that in a second, but this same grant program that John is talking about has a there are two tiers to this grant program. So the comprehensive plan proposal we're talking about is in tier 1, which can award up to 200,000 per project. And there's a second tier that can award up to $1 million per project. And I was listening earlier upstairs. I know y'all got a very nice description from Kyle Beck of the sanitary sewer relining project. So we didn't have all the information available quite yet to get on that item on the agenda for today, but we have been in talks with our DOLA representative for the region. And he is very supportive of us going for a tier 2 grant. We already have $1 million budgeted for the town to do that project. We can simply apply for a 1-to-1 match to get $1 million more from the state through the same program, different tier. They won't compete against each other because they're evaluated by tier individually. So essentially, even though it's not on the agenda, we have some materials that the Clerk Kavanaugh will be sharing with you all via email tomorrow, because the deadline for both of these grants is April 1st, and the next council meeting is April 2nd. So we're going to ask you all to weigh in a way that can be then ratified in the April 2nd meeting for this tier 2 grant for the sanitary sewer rehab project. So essentially, I know that I was watching that presentation by Kyle, and I was already aware of the projects, but seeing them all at once, the magnitude of what Public Works has going, if we can have the state chip in $1 million to help our budget go further without raising rates for certain things, then I think that's a good use of this grant program. So yeah, that's my brief overview. I also am happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Great. Do we have any questions?
My question is for legal. Does any of the new information that was just presented, both in regards to the slight math error in the staff memo and the additional grant that Darren is suggesting we pursue, do we need to reflect that in our motion?
So I'm not aware of the math error. That is something I didn't hear about.
Basically,
So-
where they're requesting 150, we have budgeted this, they put the wrong total in the financial analysis.
Yes, that was only in the report. The actual resolution states no number, but that we are right at 55%.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
And then the subsequent one, I have talked to Darren about that issue, and I think the way we wanted to handle it was approve this resolution. Council then gives input directly to the clerk that it can be a broader application, and then we'll send that back for council review at a consent agenda matter on your meeting on the April 2nd. Yeah. Sorry, I had to think about the calendar in my head.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've discussed that. We're comfortable with that.
Great. Thank you.
approach.
Just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
I think we all think this is a great idea. Is there any reason why a council would say, no, don't go after a certain grant? Or is this just like the process that you have to ask for our stamp before you? apply?
Yeah, it's basically the last question on the application is, or not question was, what is the date of the council support for this?
Okay.
Council action is the way it's phrased.
And it's not necessarily even every grant program that DOLA has, but this particular one does.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're an energy or mineral impacted community, obviously with the history of mining here, so almost any infrastructure project like this we do or planning project, we're kind of in that EIAF, they call it, program. So
Cool.
yeah, this particular one wants to know the date of council approval.
And probably a formality, right? Like you wouldn't want to get your grant in and then the council in a,
Yeah.
you know, a different format says, no, we never approved that. And
Well, it might be like if we didn't have a project slated for it and you're going out and getting money and then it comes in and then we're like, we didn't approve this sock of the piping or anything like that.
You guys are
It sucks,
absolutely
yes.
right. I mean, I did work at DOLA and that was one of the things they were looking at. They wanted to make sure that none of this stuff would be a surprise for
Right.
the powers that be. Meaning it could be Scott, could be Kevin, or it could be the councils. So.
great.
Awesome.
Any other
Bring
further?
us more grant requests.
I will entertain a motion after the giggles.
I move to approve a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride supporting a grant application through the Colorado Department of Local Affairs, Energy and Mineral Assistance Fund for the 2024-2025 comprehensive plan.
A second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Ashley?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. We
Thank you.
totally appreciate it. We could use money.
And thanks, John and Darren. We haven't had these two newer staffers up here in front of us
That's
too
it.
often, but it's great to have
We were
this, new
introduced-
horsepower.
We were introduced the same day. I just saw that.
Exactly, yes.
First time interaction.
That's true. Thanks, guys.
Okay, we're on item 7F, consideration of adoption of a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 1000 East Colorado Avenue, Unit B, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. And we have Zoe and Ally here. And Kevin.
Yeah, somehow my name showed up on the memo and I'm happy to kind of give the introduction to this very briefly. I don't think there's a lot either way. You may recall, if that's all right.
Yeah. Just a change of, you know, of my email to you from the legal proceedings.
Right. So council may recall that you did consider this matter at your last council meeting where you were looking to exercise your actual legal option on the property. And at that meeting, you declined to take action on it. The seller has kind of re-engaged the town and is interested perhaps in selling it directly to the town, separate from the exercise of that option. And we're recommending that you consider this anew. And that's about all I'll say right now. The purchase price, it has not changed under the various documents in the calculation of the maximum sales price. It's still $376,619. And we do have a contract that's been drawn up for this property. And we would be in a position to move forward with a fairly quick closing on this real property, should you consent and agree to the same.
And Kevin, if I may add, it would be the town's intent on this to push this property into a public lottery. But kind of for administrative purposes, there might be some, there's some reasoning for the town to pick this up and then get it into the lottery as council directed last council meeting.
And just to make sure everyone here is aware of what's happening, Kevin, do you want to briefly? Don't want to summarize anything? I mean,
so
just move forward.
Yeah, there's been some information that we've shared with town council. I'd prefer to not. There's certainly public documents that are out there in the public forum.
Yep.
I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay, I would just prefer to rest on what we've provided to town
That's fine.
council.
I move to approve a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 1000 East Colorado Avenue, Unit B, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Betty, yes. Passes unanimously.
Mayor, and it might be worth just noting on a broader perspective from a housing acquisition standpoint, as the public is always interested in these. I think the last 4 properties that council has approved purchase of, really the last 2, this one will go back to public lottery. The prior at Entrada will go into an ADA specific lottery because that is one of the very few ADA units in town that we have control over. So we'll put that into an ADA public lottery. And then the other 2, as you recall, were both in the Pheno building on Colorado Avenue that just has a range of kind of administrative and special assessment related issues that we wanted to make sure we cleaned up the deed restriction as well before we saddled anyone with the public with that, if you will. So I appreciate the work that council's been doing to look at these kind of on a case-by-case basis and make sure we're doing the right thing for the public on these. I think a unit prior to those 4 is one that we acquired that will go into one of our employee units. So we appreciate that as well.
The HOA contact for Pheno reached out to me and is very excited about the town stepping up.
Great.
Okay, number 8, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There were no items for the Liquor Licensing Authority in this meeting, so we go to number 9, administrative reports. And I will hand it off to Scott.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm just pulling up my notes here. Just while I'm talking, I can pass along our housing update here, just so you've got some ongoing information on basically the 7 different housing projects that the town of Telluride has either ongoing from a construction standpoint or planning. But I will start on some updates, try to move quickly here for you. But I did want to update council that yesterday afternoon we had, I thought, a really positive and great showing on our first Carhenge Chair 7 open house that was held at the AHA School of Arts. And we will be doing the same tonight from 5:30 kickoff for that, both in person and a remote option for that. And this really is a really important set of public meetings that we're kicking off here, which I think there's a lot of excitement around, having to do with our collaboration with Telluride Ski and Golf on that Carhenge Chair 7 area, and really just starting the public discussion around what folks, not just in the area of Carhenge and Chair 7 would like to see in the future, but what the community as a whole would like to see. Again, always want to stress that there are no current plans or designs in that realm. We as the town certainly use the adopted Southwest Area Plan as our roadmap in regards to ensuring that project down the road hits some of our deed restricted housing goals, commercial, retail goals, parking, and things along those lines. And it was great to hear some of TSG's perspective as well for their property. But again, I think the collaborative process is off to a great start based on the memorandum of understanding that we have signed together in that area. And I think with 39 folks in attendance yesterday, either in person or remote, we heard, I think, some good threads of agreement around not just the need for deed restricted housing in that area, but also from nearby residents. Many of us sit around this table that, you know, some commercial in that part of town is really warranted, whether you live right there at Chair 7 today or across town, to be able to have a cup of coffee or a little bit of food or some services in that area again is going to be really critical. So I think a lot of excitement about opportunities in the area. And we also no doubt heard some worries or concerns around maybe how large future parking structure might be within the Lot L Shandoka lot, just general concern around ensuring that we get bike and ped safety prioritized and get that right in this zone. So I think it was a great kickoff to, again, many months of public discussion around this before the design teams are able to come back eventually in front of you, town council at a public hearing, to really start to flesh out some more refined designs. Again, tonight, again at 5:30 at AHA, we'll have our second open house of the week. So hope folks can attend, if you've got the time tonight. Again, thank you to, Ashley Von Sprecken and Mian Fee for attending with me a tour of some gondolas in about Colorado. We were both in Winter Park and Steamboat with a group of about 15 of us, between Telluride Ski and Golf, Town of Mountain Village, TMVOA, and Smart Staff. Really was enlightening to be able to get up in those machines in Winter Park and in Steamboat. Steamboat has what's called the Wild Blue gondola, which is the longest and fastest gondola in, I think, North America now, if not maybe the lower 48. That's a 10-passenger cabin. We looked at Winter Park's 8-passenger cabin. So it was a little bit like car shopping. You were kind of kicking some tires on some very different models of very expensive infrastructure. And I think equally as important as standing there up in the machinery, talking to the engineers and the operators, was then sitting down with resort staff operations, sitting down with my fellow town managers in those two towns, and just understanding from their perspective how things went and how they got to and through some very important gondola projects. Certainly those are both projects in those two communities that were basically solely funded by the resort, versus ours is much more looked at as likely a publicly funded, or at least partially publicly funded projects. So those are interesting conversations to have as well around different ways to fund important infrastructure. So again, really important tour that we took a couple weeks ago now that will help inform our gondola subcommittees and leadership committee moving forward on a bunch of fronts. Last week, we had some legislative meetings, our annual legislative update meetings with the Colorado Association of Ski Towns, where primarily the managers of the ski towns were able to hear from everyone from Governor Polis in person to a range of our local elected officials at the state house, state level, really on what some of the upcoming legislation is at the state capitol that either positively or negatively could affect ski towns in particular. We had Margaret Bowes, the executive director of CAST there, and certainly the heads of Colorado Municipal League, or CML, there, which are really both very important lobbying arms for municipalities in Colorado. So that was, I think, incredibly useful for those legislatures to hear from CAST around our very specific concerns related to the need for more funding for affordable housing, the need for greater funding, for example, around wastewater infrastructure and things along those lines. We heard great updates, I think, from, for example, the director of the business research labs at CU Lead School of Business around economic trends. And we were all in that room really happy to hear that I think from a broad sense, we're seeing some really positive winds blowing from an economic standpoint, at least with the state of Colorado, and I think nationally as well. We're certainly continuing to watch what the Fed is doing and how that affects local real estate and visitation, and as we look towards the summer. So those were great updates from them that'll be useful for us to help build policy with you moving forward this year. And I thought it was particularly useful to meet directly with, for example, our State House District 58 Representative Mark Catlin. We heard, met with Speaker of the House Julie McCluskey, and gentlemen like Mark Catlin really has not been able to spend much time here in Telluride, even though he's our House rep. He's born and raised in Montrose, and I thought was really open and excited to, frankly, hear more about our priorities in Telluride. And I took the liberty of inviting him to Telluride soon to come in front of this body if you're open to that. And I thought the conversation was good in that it kind of led to a realization that we don't necessarily have a long history here in Telluride of inviting in our elected leaders at the state Senate, state House, or even our US Senate and US House representatives. So I'd love for us to do more of that if council's open. Again, I think it's important to hear from our elected leaders, regardless of which side of the aisle they're on, some of their legislative priorities in front of this body, in front of our community. But probably even more important for them to hear from you and to hear from our public on what our priorities are for them to push at the state house, and let alone the national capital. So again, really appreciative of our time to get over there for those legislative meetings. Thanks to our deputy manager as well, Zoe Denal, for attending. Again, just builds collaboration between not just our region, but our elected officials who sometimes find it hard to make their way all the way here to the Box Canyon. So we will do more of that if council's open to that. And I would say the same even at the county commissioner level. We'd love to hear more from our commissioners on that front moving forward. Maybe last, just to tie a bow on that piece, we have been in discussions with Senator Bennett's office. Both Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper make their way to San Miguel County fairly regularly, but we know Senator Bennett is interested in coming this way this summer, and I'd love to work with our council to make sure we've got a very intentional set of meetings and tours set up, particularly around infrastructure like our gondola, which will need significant federal grant funding and support from all of our elected leaders. So hopefully you'll be hearing more from me soon around a visit from Senator Bennett, which would be really exciting, I think, for the public. I wanted to note that from a 4th of July event standpoint, I think we're well underway with planning with Jared Carter and Symbiotic, who did a great job, I think, executing the event with the town last year. Again, 2023 was our first year as a town really taking on major elements of that 4th of July event, opening it up to even more of the public from a concert standpoint. And just from a sneak preview standpoint, I think this year we're very much looking to follow up the parade directly into the park with a free community concert, which will have 4 or 5 bands again, probably largely local in nature. Just a really fun afternoon. Everything from an entry standpoint free. We'll probably have even more food and beverage, hopefully locally sourced in the park for the public. Make sure folks have something to do throughout the day. We'll take a break and then we'll move back into the park with kind of something of a lights show, laser shows in the park. Looks like we'll be able to execute our first ever drone show that will still include a fireworks show from our fire district. So we're mixing in even more than ever, trying to keep it within a scope that's executable by staff and not take too much time and expense, but we're continue to be really excited based on the positive public feedback we heard last year around the event. And this year will be, I won't say bigger because we're not necessarily looking to get bigger, but it will continue to be refined and even better. And just again, I think a prime example of where the town of Telluride is trying to do more and more in regards to providing our locals free, just community options, and really continue to push the gas on community events here in Telluride. So that's been fun work, and thanks to our partners who are helping out with that. Let's see, I did as I always do, want to touch very briefly on our sales tax updates and our real estate transfer tax numbers. We're looking at our 2023 wrap up. Telluride did set a new sales tax collection record in 2023 at 11.07 million. And that's a great number, but it is just up slightly from our 2022 numbers, about 11.04. But it's good to see some positive growth there. And certainly it was growth above and beyond what was budgeted. I think the same can be said around our real estate transfer tax collections, stronger than anticipated last year, at least above budget, despite some of those high mortgage or those interest rates. As we see those interest rates slowly begin to dip, we're certainly all hoping for a strong sales season this year. And I think we're off to a good start in our first 2 months, pacing a little bit ahead of budget at 638,000 collection in January and 657,000 collected in February. Let's see. I think that kind of wraps up most of my comments. Mayor, I did want to just touch base again, as we always do, on housing updates. Our Voodoo Affordable Housing Project remains on time at about 61% complete today. Still looking towards a September completion of that project, which is 27 deed restricted units for rent and about 3,500 square feet of commercial. That includes our Voodoo Youth Hangout in the old historic shed, which appreciate the team's work on really working with Communities That Care, CTC, on some of the design of that space. Very excited about that we'll have a youth hangout probably open in that September, October realm. So that's going to be here before we know it. Again, Shandoka Building Phase 1, well underway now. All the interior demolition and foundation is complete. We've added our framing. That's all complete now. And if you've been out there, you're starting to see new siding and windows going in particularly on the exterior structure, where we've added, I believe, 3 new studios to Building F, which is really cool. That also is looking towards a September completion. Canyonlands Tower House, that public-private partnership is still in our pre-construction and entitlement phase. We had there is a HARC meeting coming up again in March. But again, that's very much in planning process and continues to be refined and getting better and better all the time, I think. Maybe last, I'll just leave it with Virginia Placer Phase 2. We've gotten through, well, the original building still has HARC approval. We're looking towards a guaranteed maximum price out of our design teams to be completed in April or May. And then we're able to really, once we have a number, talk with our potential partners at the various special districts around pricing and kind of the format of what that financing and lease structure will look like. So that is very much not on a back burner, but just not quite as out in front as some of the other highly visible projects. So I will leave it to that. Hope it didn't take too long, but those are a few updates from the manager's office.
Nope, Scott, thank you very much. Very detailed and appreciated. We'll go to 9B in the attorney's report. Unless there's any questions for Scott on his report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin Geiger. I just have a couple things for public dissemination. We've talked a little bit about Diamond Ridge in the past, just to mention that we filed our answer on what I call the new litigation, the PUD litigation that was filed back in January. The town and the county filed an answer on March 4th. The record previously was certified up from the county commissioners on February 14th. On the STR litigation, right after your council meeting on the 20th, on that Friday, on the 23rd of February, the town filed its motion to dismiss that litigation. So that is pending in the federal court, which is where jurisdiction has been removed. And that occurred. I did update council, I know, at the last meeting that we did seek removal, and that removal was granted into federal district court. So now a motion to dismiss is pending in federal district court. And that may take some time to hear back from the court on that issue.
Okay.
That's it. Oh, actually, that's not it. We have one more issue. I think I'm going to hopefully enlist the services of Tiffany to talk about this too. This is about the appeal that came in last week, and I sent everyone on council an email on Thursday, which was the date we received it. That was March 7th. We don't want to talk in any way about the substance of the appeal, but we do need to find a date for the appeal proceeding. Generally, it should occur within 30 days of receipt of that appeal. That would put this out to Saturday, April 6th. Obviously, we're not going to have it on a Saturday, I don't think. We have a council meeting on the 2nd of April. We could we could work it into the agenda there. But if it's not convenient, or if you feel like you don't want to take up significant time on a regularly scheduled council meeting on the 2nd and would rather have a special council meeting, we can look at that as well. But I do think we need to look at our calendars and get that on our schedules.
Could we tack it onto the retreat that's on the 21st of March? What do we have scheduled for that retreat?
No, we can't, only because the record has to be posted 10 days before the meeting. And so if we schedule it April 2nd, the record needs to be posted by next Friday, which includes a transcript of the meeting, which is doable. I estimate it'll just probably take about 5 hours to compile the record. Typically in the past, as Attorney Geiger said, we've tacked it onto a regular meeting and just either allocated the morning where a work session would normally be for the appeal, and then moved everything else to the afternoon. I looked at the April 2nd agenda and it's pretty light. There are some work sessions that we could move to April 30th, and I don't think that it would be a big deal if you didn't want to hold a special meeting. Looking at April, it's spring break, so it's kind of hard to schedule a special meeting after it, the first week of April.
Does anyone have any objections to squeezing it in?
Yeah, let's just start at 9.
It's fine. That's fine with me. I guess I'm just a little concerned that we've had for many months of pretty light meetings, and I feel like when's the dam gonna break and we're gonna have just like a lot of stuff on the agenda.
Well, the dam will hold. We know that. Dam is not going to break.
Yes, of course, but do you know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you're saying.
I'm down to put this on April 2nd. I just feel like we've been working on a lot of really big stuff and we haven't really discussed it in our meetings the last 5 months, and so is that just because we're in a lull of controversial topics, or what? I haven't been to agenda setting in a little bit, so
Yeah.
maybe that's why I don't know what's going on. But
Well, I think for the purpose of this conversation, I think that there's room to put this on the agenda. And then I think maybe we all just need to check in on our goals for the year. And I think we're about to get a report or an update on that with Zoe anyway. And then we can reassess how we need to move forward through the rest of the year in order to achieve what we set out to do.
April 2nd's good for me.
Good for everyone?
Yes.
All right. And we'll also make sure that all council members are aware of this, but right now, April 2nd.
And we feel like we have a lot that we need to take care of. I previously, we had sometimes started at 9 AM and I would be willing to show up at 9 AM in order to make sure we have enough time
I
to.
would rather show up early than stay late.
Yeah, agreed.
And when we do, I don't know who's on the agenda set with me, but we'll figure it out when we put it together and see all the other topics and break out the timing and figure out what time we need to start, whenever that is.
Great.
I'll be sensitive to it. Kevin, is that it?
That's it. Thank you.
All right. 9C, council reports. We'll just go around the table and desk and see if anyone would like to chime in. Ellen, I'll start with you.
Let me see what I've been to since our last meeting. Don't remember. Recent meetings. Let's see. We had a case meeting, I'm pretty sure. I'll pull up my notes for that. Sorry. So that, yeah, the last case meeting, kind of business as usual. We got some feedback from our grant applicants, and they appreciated the new like follow-up and feedback process that we have. So that was, now that we've given that feedback out, we've been receiving feedback about our feedback, and it is good. So that was good to hear. We did talk again about how the childcare funding is potentially moving away from CASE. So that's kind of on us to figure out, but that's something, moving forward and already starting to talk about the next round of grant applications. That's something that we're aware of. And yeah, there's been a lot of collaboration between local organizations on banner hangs. That's generally where we see the most congestion. And I just want to mention in particular, San Miguel Resource Center was really flexible and worked with a couple different event organizers. And in general, it's not always smooth, but that's been really easy to navigate right now. So that's all. And then Jessie Ray went to the park meeting because I was unable to go. And she had a few notes that I'll read as her, let me pull it up as the person who couldn't go, which I'm sure you guys saw, but just for the listening public. Where's this? There was a recusal from several agenda items due to a work conflict with Sante Architects. There was quite a discussion over a new development on a vacant lot for North Aspen. The major topics of conversation were the floodplain, height restrictions, and the unique shape of the lot. This was just a work session and the board gave good feedback or good direction to the applicant. It should be an interesting project to follow. There was also a certificate of approval extended for 3 years for a building remodel on Main Street. Costs associated with construction were the big reasons for this request. Aside from that, it was business as usual.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Geneva, anything?
Yeah, so THA subcommittee, last week we had 2 main topics. The first was an update about the compliance checks for town deed restricted properties. I would just say that process is still underway. Would still love to hear from feedback from folks who are going through the process. We did send a letter out to all owners of deed restricted properties, just sort of giving information about the process and hopefully answering some questions. So I think that was good. The next thing that I just kind of want to discuss is we have at THA over the period of many meetings have been discussing creating our Telluride employee rental housing policies. We don't have a document that covers rental housing across all of our different projects like we do for all of our ownership projects. So we have been working on that with staff. We have some division on the subcommittee about how to move forward with these policies. And I think that it's probably time, and some of us on the subcommittee think that we should just bring that right up to council and have all of council discuss it rather than debating it for many, many hours at the subcommittee level and then debating it for many hours up at the council level. And that will also give it a lot more airtime for the public to weigh in. So be on the lookout for that coming up on a council meeting, maybe not on the 2nd, but and it's just really an important step for us to take as a housing authority who is now managing, let's see, Virginia Placer, Sunnyside, Shandoka, and upcoming Voodoo, the boarding house, 5 and counting buildings as a landlord, and what are our rules going to be as our rental populations are changing, as our town changes. So definitely, if you have opinions on that, if you are renting housing, please tune in when that conversation comes up. And for everybody else on council, get ready to debate this. Really, it's an interesting issue, and it means a lot to people who are living in housing, and it means a lot to us who are the town who are trying to provide this housing that works for everybody. So yeah, rather than get into the details, I'll say we'll all talk about it together soon.
Anything else?
That's it.
Perfect. Mia?
I'll just kind of quickly reiterate what Scott said about the gondola tour that Ashley and I went on with him as well. It was really informative. I actually enjoyed myself so much more than I thought I was going to. Beyond the scope of really getting into the differentials between different types of gondola systems and what is possible and they're capable of providing for us here in the destination. We also were able to take a look at some of the workforce housing that the resorts have built and their ownership have built, and talk in depth about the parking and transportation projects that they are undertaking right now, as well as terrain additions at their resorts and economic development within the communities. So it was a really, really valuable learning experience for myself and I assume everybody that was there. As far as the tourism board goes, I'm just gonna kind of share a couple of updates as far as where we're at this summer. The tourism board creates an incredible economic dashboard now. But I wanted to call out just really specifically, which I think most of the community has sort of felt, is that we have slowed down a little bit this winter, a little bit more so in the town of Telluride versus Mountain Village. ADR is, ADR is actually up 5%, but our actual occupancy is down. Our adjusted paid occupancy is down about 20%. So, that kind of equals out to being down 16% for RevPAR, which is the revenue per available room. And that's been, that trend is sort of continuing through the end of, looking to continue through the end of the winter as well. It's looking like we're pacing to be down 22% in adjusted paid occupancy, down 19% in adjusted RevPAR in the town of Telluride. Mountain Village is at or up for everything. I think that that's a little bit of I think there's a very real direct correlation between their marketing that they were doing the past year and the fact that we took a little break from that. I think we're going to see this hopefully come back for next year now that we've implemented a marketing program with the tourism board again. I know that many or all of us have seen the new campaign for the summer. It's a very exciting new marketing campaign that they are going to be launching. It's one of the keys for Harsh Kagan, who is the marketing firm that the tourism board contracted with to create this, was to break us out of what they are calling the sea of sameness, in that every ski resort, every mountain community have the same images. It's an adorable skier and some powder, and it's a family hiking through the mountains, and they're beautiful photos and show off our destination incredibly, but they do not differentiate Telluride from every other resort that's in Colorado, Utah, Wyoming. And so this campaign is going to be kicking off. The campaign is going to go live in May 6th. The creative is going to be finished on the 1st of April. So the public will see it then, but it is, it's really cool. I'm really, really excited about this. And I think it's going to differentiate us. And truthfully, with the numbers that we're sort of seeing in the town of Telluride, I think it's exactly the kick that we need to draw interest and draw excitement to the destination. So huge kudos to Kira and her team for everything that they're doing. We also received a grant from, sorry, I want to get this number correct. A grant from the Colorado Tourism Office for $40,000. And this is going to be a digital campaign to directly market to the Australian market for winter 2024 and 2025. And if anybody is wondering why we market specifically to Australia and to South America, is that demographic is a group that comes in for longer periods of stay with an incredibly beneficial per day spend. So their impact financially is significant. However, their sort of day-to-day impact for the destination is more measured. And so they really sort of fit the best of both. They're bringing us everything that we need, and we're able to show them an incredible experience without feeling any of the constraints that some of our community can sometimes feel when we get a little crowded. And I think Tommy Watkinson was on television again, as usual. But I think other than that, that's kind of it for the tourism board.
Great. Ashley, do you have anything to input?
I do. I just would echo again what Mian and Scott said about our G-Sub tour in Winter Park and Steamboat. I thought it was super great. One thing that I will highlight is that while their current gondola systems service their ski resorts kind of exclusively, both communities expressed interest in adopting a more transit-oriented model going forward. So I think that's really cool that, they're now looking at what we've done and saying we also want to import a gondola system as public transportation. So we should feel really good about that. And then beyond that, I'm not going to go into Parks and Rec because we've discussed a lot of that already. But I will give a little update on the museum since we had a museum board meeting. So that meeting was actually pretty extensive. There was a lot of discussion about the, what do they call it? Their collections and management of that. But for us and council and for the public in general, I think that kind of the big things that were discussed were that they did a review of the Halloween stuff that they offer through the museum. And next year, they're talking about possibly not doing the undead zombie portion of the night and just keeping the trick or treating and hopefully expanding that. They mentioned that part of that is because it's not a money maker for them, which isn't a huge deal, but it's very volunteer intensive, and getting the number of volunteers they need to make that a success is difficult. So but just something for us to keep in mind as a council, if we're looking at, community engagement, there might be some space for the town to step up during the Halloween holiday as well. But they do plan to continue with the trick or treating, which is great. And I participated in that. It was really fun. And then just as a plug, they are starting the daffodil days. So you might have already seen them selling the daffodils. Those sales go from March 11th to March 16th. It's a great way to show your support of the museum, and I would encourage everybody to go and buy some daffodils. They're beautiful. And then they are closing the museum for off-season on April 6th, in case anybody's wondering. That's when the museum will shut down for their off-season, and they'll reopen for the summer. And then for us as well, like on council, the town owns that building. And so some updates on some building stuff that's going on. They've had some issues with the chimney, the mortars on the chimney. And so they're working on getting those fixed. Basically, they're still trying to figure out who can do that and the cost and all of that. So that for our building is kind of, pertinent to our scope. And then the sluice, which is a very popular attraction in the summertime, that has had some structural issues. And so they're looking at relocating that. They are confident that they're going to be able to get some funding for that and that will be open this summer. But that, might be a question if any of you get asked, but the sluice should be open. That's their plan. And then that's kind of it for the museum. And then the other thing that I attended was I went to the Colorado Women Leading Government Conference in Montrose at the museum. It was great. I went with Christina Lambert from the county, and then Stephanie Jacquet, and then Allie, our other assistant town attorney, came as well, and so did Jeanette from the Marshal's Department. So it was a great showing for Telluride. The super interesting keynote speaker, Natalie Miller, gave the keynote speech. And I would encourage any of you, she has a podcast, but she kind of gave us a little bit of an introduction to the drama triangle and understanding that when we have, no, great.
I'm like, did you need an introduction?
I loved. So basically that when we feel like, and she, said this can happen in government, this can happen in personal lives, but basically there's a triangle with somebody perceiving themselves as the rescuer, a group that's perceived as the persecutors, and then somebody that's a victim. And that, the difficulties of that kind of triangular system basically removes agency and the feeling that people don't have choices. The rescuers have to rescue. The victims say, I can't do anything. And the persecutors are saying it's all their fault and are naming the blame. But she gave us some very insightful tips on how to help correct that. And it's called the empowerment pyramid. And so in that, the victim changes their stance from being a victim into being a creator, in which they take agency asking, what do I want? So rather than saying, I'm unable to do these things, I can't, it's what do I want? And then the challenger is in place of the persecutor saying, what can we do to make it better? What can we create? Looking at the problems, but then also seeking solutions for them. And then creating a position of coach rather than rescuer, rather than it being, I have to do this, I have to help, I have to save, that the position becomes one of a coach saying, more out of a place of curiosity, and then identifying, you know, what are they growing through? So what are the obstacles that we can, you know, support people in? Thought it was incredibly insightful. Again, her name was Natalie Miller. She has a podcast called Mind Witchery. And then she also has a website, which is nataliekmiller.com. And I would encourage anybody who's interested in this to take a listen. I thought it was incredibly insightful, and I hope to apply it to our dramas here.
We don't have that.
No drama, but it was really great. So, and I would like to thank the Ute Museum in Montrose for hosting us. And it was also it was like a joint kind of meeting. So there was a group of us present in Montrose, and then we were connected electronically to another group that was in Broomfield. So it was really cool because we were able to have this, you know, kind of assembly with all of us in different places. And that was really neat. And the networking was also fabulous. So there you go.
I'll try and keep mine kind of quick. Planning and zoning, the thing I'll cover, as Scott said, preliminary subdivision approval for the Canyonlands and Tower House projects. So that keeps moving forward. As Scott also mentioned, next Wednesday at Hark, that evening, 5:30 p.m. for those who have continued interest in following that process. I did cover for Jesse Ray for open space. There was a lot of talk about stream and trails on the valley floor, as well as signage on the valley floor. If memory is serving me, the signage is about a decade old on the valley floor, and the sentiment among the Open Space Commission was that it's not always effective, especially in the dog realm of just people bringing dogs past where they should on the valley floor, and exploring potential changes or what else we might need to do to get people on the program there. So that was the big news in open space. I also had the Ecology Commission this last week. The thing I'll touch on there is the Planets Over Plastic program, also known as the single-use plastic ban, coming into effect on July 1st. There are 2 informational meetings, just to shout those out again here at the end of the month. They're both going to be at the library in the programming room. So on Sunday, March 24th at 4 p.m., there's one, and then the next morning at 10 a.m., both of those, Wilkinson Public Library in the programming room right at the front of the building there for more information and to be able to ask myself and staff some questions on Planets Over Plastic program, or PPP. There's too many PPPs.
There's a lot.
THA sub was also there. Happy to continue to discuss, but I think G covered it pretty well. And I thought I had one more. I attended. Oh, I guess the other thing to note, as Vice Chair of San Miguel County Democrats, we had our Democratic caucus this weekend, and we got Galena Gleason as the Democratic candidate for District 3 for County Commissioner, and 2 candidates for District 1, which is Telluride and some of the surrounding area. So we have Ann Brown, and we have our own Geneva Shawnette as the 2 candidates, both of whom will be on the primary ballot in June.
June 25th.
June 25th. Thank you.
Tuesday after Bluegrass's election day.
Yep. So more will be coming down the pipeline for that as well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. One thing to keep on your radar, hopefully it's fun, but been unofficially approached and talked to Scott about it a little bit, that there may be a request for a hockey celebratory parade. What we do, how we do it, and all that stuff is still yet to be determined, but there were a few state championships won, and they did reach out. So
There should definitely be a parade.
Telluride loves that.
I mean,
Teddy, that was our high school boys team, yes?
yeah, the high school boys
12
team,
and
which
under.
is under the Durango flag, because Telluride High School does not support at this moment in time a high school team for a variety of reasons, most importantly numbers, and hopefully that'll change in short order. And then one of the youth teams, coached by our Parks and Rec Chair, JJ Asala, won a state championship as well. And so at least 2 teams have are deserved of some recognition. And so I've talked to a few people and just make sure they're aware of the process to try to do it. Obviously, short order is important because of the significance of it, but not to rush people through and make sure everyone's prepared for it. But hopefully we'll all be around to give them a kudos. It's always fun when Telluride youth teams do well.
Congratulations.
Yeah, go Telluride hockey.
Go Telluride hockey.
Okay, seeing no other council reports. Tiffany, any related organization reports? 9E, comments on payments. They are provided by email. And then off to item, Scott?
Before we wrap up administrative reports, I did just want to take a moment, given the fact we have a retreat next week. Yes, we do. And wanted to let you know, this Thursday, we have a department head meeting, as we typically do every other week or so, and we'll talk about some subject matter for that retreat. But I wanted to, while we've got you here, just hear from council on any hot items that you would like to talk about at that retreat. I know we've talked around a couple housing related items. Yeah, anything front of mind for council that we should be working on. We'll certainly come up with enough for you, but want to make sure we've got.
And if you can't think of
anything
something
front of
now,
mind.
you can
Yeah,
always
just-
send Scott an email. I mean,
yes.
That was more of a what in my train of thoughts have I like thrown at you for this?
Yeah. So I haven't talked with Courtney in the San Miguel Housing Authority. There's a couple, just kind of 101s or quick overviews to kind of get some of the newer council members up to speed and everybody up to speed on exactly the process of compliance and just a little bit more of that education. So that was one item. I don't know if you want to talk about that as a group, if you feel.
Talk about the rental stuff, get that going, because we got a lot of information to cover with that and opinion.
Could be
If
like
you-
a housing extravaganza.
Like a housing philosophy meeting.
Mhm.
Maybe more like background and education. I think I always feel like retreats are good for that instead of like,
Yeah.
And some like pain points that maybe some people are feeling that we're kind of hearing as like repeat comments that we can like get some education on and like some potential paths forward for be great.
I don't know if there's room enough for everyone, but could we do it at the housing office and sort of or like check it out?
yeah.
Since we will be with those two topics, we'll be talking with
Yeah.
Courtney and Delaney and
Mhm.
their staff and
Mhm.
kind of, I don't know. Sometimes we talk to, I
I
just.
think
feel
their
like
room only
the-
holds 5, but we can do a tour if you feel like that. How about we get with them, and see what
Yeah.
we can come up with, for the 21st, and if you want to throw any more ideas to structure that.
All right, yeah, thanks for that. Just wanted to, and again, as I'm sure you'll think of things as soon as you walk out the door, but just email Zoe, Tiff and I if you've got some other items that you want to make sure we hit on that. Great, thank you.
Anything else for reports from anybody?
Also,
Okay, item 10, Telluride Housing.
sorry, Mayor, just really quickly, just in the most recent meeting calendar that's been sent out as well as on the town website, our retreat is not on there at this moment, just as a heads up.
I apologize. It was not on my radar, even though it's on our approved calendar for the year, so I'll get that added right now.
Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Item 10, Telluride Housing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Housing Authority. And then number 11 is executive session. Town attorney quarterly check-in for discussion of a personnel matter under CRS section 24-6, 4024 FI, and section 4.6B of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of an elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Mian to go into executive session. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Mian?
I mean, yes.
Elena, yes?
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes? The time is now 5:14 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Ellen Levin, Janine Shawnette, me and Fee, Ashley Story, Von Sprecken, Dan Enright and Kevin Geiger, and myself, Teddy Yarko, as mayor. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion go into the executive session during the executive session, that proper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is adjournment.